Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Hope everybody had a fantastic week. Is my microphone working? Yes, it is. Fantastic. Okay. What was I doing this week? We fixed some things. We got the. Why is the music stop? This next song is just super quiet. So one thing I want to fix quickly. Why is my mouse pad in the wrong position? How is that even possible? It's massive. I have one of these mouse pads that basically covers half my desk, and it's in the wrong position. Let's go flatten. There we go. Should be a bit better. Go and go back to selection. Let's move this up. Doesn't really matter, this is our test map, but you know, at least show it, should I say. One other thing that I wanted to do, just to make this look a bit better, is if I go to smooth, we just bring this down a bit so we can actually see how much of a difference is that. It's massive. There we go. Starting to actually see it. Not that this actually matters, because this will be... this is literally just for testing. Save that. Let's just save that. Today we have a few things I want to get done. I need to add collisions to my enemies so I can actually add object pooling. Now I wonder if... at what point do we stop using them as a test and implement them as the actual enemy? Because I've got a lot of code that's already set up in the enemy class. Because we go enemy. That's not how you spell enemy. That's not how you spell enemy either. That one. That. There's the base enemy. So we've got, you know, the health, the thing, the reward. There's a lot of stuff that's already set up in here that I don't really want to redo. On player death. What is that? And why call the delegate? Why would you call on player death? Is this used in blueprints? Ah, I love Ryder. Ah, oh, Ryder is so good. Ah, oh, that is amazing. Thank you, Ryder. Why is it called on player death? It's the enemy. Like, what? What am I doing? Fine. You know what? Whatever. Okay, so let's... I'm wondering how we want to do this. Because we actually, essentially what we want to do is we want to reparent this class. Actually, no, we don't even need to reparent this class. This class can stay exactly as it is. We just want to reparent its... we just want to change the parent, actually. And one of the, I think all we're doing for the parent is it currently resides from actor enemy, a character. So I'm curious if I should move this into a branch. I think for this, that might actually be a good idea. Let's just do some testing on this as a branch before we bring it back in. So let's discard that. Update, fix map. Fix test map. RAM. Oh, I never actually committed. Then just so that we can think, let's go with new, and let's make a branch. What was that branch called? Oh, this one. New, wait, do I have to have things? Fine, new branch. New enemy system. Create branch. Publish. Okay. Now, can I know what this is? This is a tower defense game. Hello, how are you doing? Let me show you quickly. Is this Unreal Engine? It is. So I'm making a tower defense game in Unreal Engine. I'm just about to break the enemies because I want to re-implement how they work. Thank you very much for the follow. I mean, the subscribe. I appreciate that. So these are my enemies. They just follow a path. We've got a bunch of towers we can put down. The towers can't hit them, which is part of why I'm refactoring. Ignore the massive laser tower. We've got an electric tower. This one over here. And I've already shown you that one. And we've got a missile tower. Great. Yeah. So this is all built in Unreal Engine 5 using C++ blueprints. I'm in the process of optimizing my enemies at the moment, which is why the towers can't attack them. I essentially made a new way of doing the enemies, which is that they, instead of having them as a character, they will now be just an actor and remove them because it's a lot lighter. And that means that now I have to go through the process of changing my base enemy that I've already created to actually work with it. Which you could do. They follow the spline also infinitely, but that's because the code that moves them, which is in the enemies manager, I never actually tell it to stop. It just will get the length along the spline and then just keep doing that until forever. So for example, at the moment, if I put it on like 8 times, they look quite funny. And you'll also notice that if I eject from here, they're going up into the air because they got to the spline point over here that then goes up. You can see them going up there. So they look kind of pretty funny, which is pretty, yeah, it's weird, but it works. So today we're basically going to optimize and finish that. Well, hopefully. I'm also going to hopefully get around to doing some object pooling. That's part of the reason why I have to do this sort of refactor, is at the moment my enemies can't be spawned. Well, no, the enemies can be spawned, but because the towers can't attack them, we can't test if object pooling works. So we'll see. Yeah, there's the C++. We're going to reparent this. I've just made a new branch so that we don't have to worry about if this whole thing completely doesn't work, then we can just go, well, rip. So I believe, yeah, we're going to change this from a character to an actor. So a actor. And there's an error. Set up player input component. Why does this exist in my enemy class? I'm starting to think I may have set this class up initially very wrong, because I'm noticing there's a whole bunch of stuff that's specifically set for the player that is, yeah, basically a whole stuff set up for the player is in here, which this should never have had to begin with. So we can delete that. Like, this doesn't need to bind to the player input. It never should have bound to the player input. Then, actually, it should just be a matter of close this. Now we're not going to have a static mesh, so all my original enemies should just not do anything. I wonder if this... So the reason I'm reparenting this instead of just making it new is I've got a lot of code that's already works in here. So for example, we've got a health widget. I actually have enemy tags. I didn't even realize I'd set that up. Funny enough, this will need... We commented it out originally. We're actually going to need all of that now. Actually, will we? No, we won't. So let's rebuild and reconstruct our enemy class. So this... Make sure we have a health widget assigned to the blueprint. I completely changed how this works, so we don't need that. Whoops, let's not do that. The issue with working with Unreal Engine and C++ is it does take a while to start up every single time. One of the things I like about, you know, web-based programming, like JavaScript, for example, is it's so fast. You just press F5 and you're ready to test your changes. Unreal Engine, a bit longer than that. Also, Rider is fantastic to do Unreal Engine C++ dev. Where is... Okay, so it's just started up again. Okay, so this was all the code that we used to have for this, which we've completely like removed. So let's delete everything that's actually just not connected for the time being. As a start, we don't need that. We don't need that. On player death. Yes, Unreal Engine is a heavy game engine. It is. So here's the other issue that we have. We don't have a collision capsule that actually works because we don't have a collision capsule. So you'll see that if we go to the viewport, there's just nothing. For some reason, we've attached the collision cap, the health widget to the collision capsule. I've made some questionable choices, and that would definitely be one of them. Let's do one thing first. Let's close that, don't save. First and foremost, since I'm going to redo this entire class, it's not going to be on player death. Let's change this delegate. It's going to be on enemy killed. On enemy killed. That goes there. That goes there. That's the delegate is now updated. So now we can go to this one. There should be an error over here. There. Handle unit death. There we go. So the nice thing about the other reason, you know, we've done all this code, basically what this does is it games the system on enemy removed. It just says that the enemy's been destroyed, which we can actually use a very similar system for our object pooling. So we're going to change that to, basically we'll use that for our object pooling. Then what we're going to do is, we see what the is dead is good. That we'll use to change the state of the animation. And then this is just so that we can actually give the player resources every time they kill an enemy. What I do need to do is add a to-do in here. When we kill an enemy, what we actually want to do is we also want to show the amount of Arcanium. Arcanium is the resource that we get for killing enemies. We also use it for purchasing towers. So show the amount of Arcanium the player receives from the kill. I before E, except after C. Is that correct? I don't know why it is, but whenever I stream, I can't access Google. Let's try Bing. Can I access Bing? Weirdly, yes. Maybe this is a Microsoft problem. This guy. Anyway, so we've got. Okay, we've done that. We've renamed that, which is good. We need to add a static mesh to this. No, we don't want a static mesh. We want a skeleton mesh. So let's do that. Arcanium is the resource to create a tile? Correct, yes. So in my game, let me show you this. This is the overall design. I know it's absolutely tiny to see, but this is my overall design for the game. So if we go here, you can see how the different towers sort of transitioned. That's the gun tower, that's the electric tower, that's the missile tower, and that's the electric tower. There will be, oh, and also the cannon tower. And we've got sort of some lore and backstory that we've written for them already, and how we want to do that. And then we have 2 player resources. Do we have 2? So the Arcanium is used for the player upgrade system. So if I show you, where is it? Here. So you can use Arcanium to upgrade the towers, and you can use it to buy new towers. So that's basically all what it's used for. We also have a upgrade system, which I can show you. Here we go. This is essentially the upgrade system for each of the towers. So you'll see that the ones that are red basically means that they don't have access to that upgrade. The ones that are green means they have access to it. So for example, a Temtic, a laser base damage increase is useless on a missile tower, an electric tower, and a cannon tower, so they don't have access to this. Gill Gaming, what, wait, did we establish what it was? Is it Gill hard G, or is it Gill soft G? I don't know if that's the hard or the soft one. Anyway, welcome in, hello, how are you doing today? Today I decided to choose violence, and I am reparenting my class. And yeah, that's a thing. I think... Oh, look at that. Demtic, I'm sometimes not sure what days you stream now, so I went and I checked yesterday. Great stuff, thank you. Not Fridays, fair. But maybe Saturdays. Okay, so we've added a skeletal mesh. We've renamed the delegate because, like, give. So it's Gil. I don't know either if that's hard or soft. Okay, fine. So it's Gil Game Dev. Like that? Is that correct? I will get this right. Don't worry. It took me like 3 weeks to get Sukilos' name correct. I'm pretty sure I still have it wrong, but he's either it's a correct now, or he's just settled that that is good enough. Gil is enough. Okay, cool. Well, welcome in. How are you doing? Now that I've like seen you, I see you everywhere. You're like every stream I see Temtic, and you seem to be there as well. Good morning, Father Arm. How are you doing today? How goes Overwatch, Arm? I feel like that's all I see you do. Well, that's what I imagine you do. If you're not doing game dev, I just imagine you're just an Overwatch. Also, how was everybody's week? Did everyone have a good week? Just waking up, lol. For Panda, subscribe for 26 months. That's almost 3 babies. That's like 1.5 babies. It's 2.5 babies, isn't it? It's 2.5 babies. Thank you, Panda. How are you doing today? It's funny. Temptic has a panda in Temptic stream, and I have a panda in my stream. Pandas are taking over. I'm not deving. I'm lightly playing Overwatch. Fair. It's been a busy week, but good. How have you been doing? How's it been going for you? It's been going all right. I chose Vines today. I'm refactoring one of my classes. Well, I'm changing the parent, which is always worrying. But, you know, it's fine. I made a new branch for it to do it the safe way. My week was relatively busy. It was a bit of a weird one. Because we had tube strikes here in London. So I went to work on Tuesday because I was like, the buses are working, it'll be fine. That was a mistake. Yes, the buses are working, but the buses were crawling. I could have walked faster than the bus. So it took me 2 hours to get to work. And I was like, not happy by the time I got to work. This will be bind event to on. Whoops. Let's go with on enemy killed. Is it that? Bind event on enemy killed. That one. So we want that now. We don't want that. So yeah, it took me like 2 hours to get to work, and then about another 2 hours to get back from work. I decided to take the bus on the way home as well, and I realized that at one point it was actually faster for me to just walk to the next station, which was like a 45-minute walk, than it was to take the bus, because I'd been on the bus for an hour, and I was just at that point, I was just like, I'm so sad. Custom event. I don't want a custom event. I never want a custom event. I want the other one. Event dispatcher, create event. Create a matching event on enemy death. That's the one I want. Bring that to the top. Another panda in this economy. Okay, so now we can have the honor death. We can delete that. We can put that underneath there. We can make the blueprints neat, because if your blueprints are not neat, you'll have a bad day. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Show coins. I think it's kind of funny that I have got this. Want to see something stupid? Sure. My wife traveled to London for a 4-day holiday and was exactly on the days of the strike. She walked hours every day. Yeah, it was one of the worst weeks to visit London, probably this entire year. There was like fights to get bikes, like the Lime bikes. The Lime bikes were all over the place. So yeah, apparently it's all because they want to have a 32-hour week or something. And I was like, what? I sent it in PM. Is it something I can show? Yes. Temptic, I'm very confused by this. I have many questions for you. Can't touch this. This is a test. For context, chat, everything you see in the video is a button. Wait, so how do I pause this? That isn't actually a button, the whole thing, or do you have to click that? 32 when everyone has 40. Yeah. Well, I'm contractually obligated to do 37.5 hours per week. But I usually do a lot more than that. The gray bar is a button, and the icon is 2 buttons. Why? Why does this exist, Temptic? The yellow icon and the black button behind it. Work game jam. Theme is everything is a button. Actually, that's kind of cool. I like that. Okay, so that's the show coins, which is down there. This we don't need. Move along spline, find usage, because we don't need this anymore. Now I'm just going to delete it and then hope for the best. Then let's take you, put you down there. So handle player death. So you're complaining because you don't have a capsule component. So let's take you. Collision cylinder. Get cylinder. Oh, that's not the one I want. Braxton, hello. Is the background a button? Not yet. Good thinking. Skittles, not yet. Good morning, Braxton. How are you doing? Why would I set collision enable? Oh, I hate this. The naming of the set collision enabled. And what you're doing is you're actually setting it to a different type. It should be set collision state, not enabled. Because this implies that it's just... You don't even get the option, it just turns on. It is indeed. So the background's also a button. Fair enough. You thought of everything. I am well. I'm glad to hear that you are. It started cooling down here. So when I woke up today, it was only like 13 degrees, which is kind of a welcome change. Although at the moment, it's kind of funny. When it gets cold in my study, I just open up the game or something and leave it in the background. And then the graphics card starts running and that warms up my room. So, you know, might as well get something out of the... Who needs heat? I just need a graphics card. I would have gone with dress button with 2 holes, 4 holes. And the start button, no zippers. I like that actually. It's a nice idea. Why can I not get you? You exist as a thing, but I'm not allowed to, like... Why? Oh, hydrate and stretch. Thank you, Panda. Whoops. So we've got a comment on here for whatever reason, which is we get the enemy's health and then we set it to a comment. Why? Oh, this sets it based on the initial health. Right. Okay, that actually makes sense. Because otherwise, we never know what the max health is, so we have nothing to compare it against, so that when the widget works, the widget doesn't work. You get it? You get it? Incredibly deceptive comment. That's how I know I wrote it. Fine, so that's good. Then get movement speed is useless because we don't do movement in here. And then it says I have to fix the health, but the problem is because I haven't touched this in so long, I have no idea if the health is actually broken. The health might be perfectly fine. It might work, you know. But with that kind of comment, how do we know? Still all buttons on screen, but they all look like buttons on cloth. It's a good one. Fix my health, please. Skittles, judging by how much time you spent in Blender and the knowledge you have in Blender, I don't think that's possible anymore. I can send you some more coffee. I just imagine you sitting somewhere, Skittles, just like, I've now reprogrammed Blender. Coffee is fine? Okay, fine. At this point, Skittles, I'm convinced that Node Graph inside of Blender was actually developed by you, but you're super humble and don't want people to know that. But we'll keep it our secret, okay? So shh. Capsule component. Okay, we'll delete that. So I have this thing called this should now compile, right? Why doesn't it compile? Event tick, move along spline. Do not do that. Actually, can I just go like this and... Because if I delete it, it won't work. tick. Start with tick enabled. Let's try that. You disabled tick in the details panel. So if you are confused, look there. In about an hour, when I'm super confused that nothing in this class works, someone point me to this. You know, all we're going to do is we're going to change the color of this as well to something obnoxious. Like the pinkest of pinks. It's more purple than pink. I need it more pink. Okay, I actually have no idea what is the correct color for pink. Is that pink? That's a bit faded. That's okay, that's pink. Blender refactor complete. Fix comment. Because you know what's going to happen is I'm going to come in here and it's been like an hour debugging going, nothing's working, what's going on? And then I realize I disabled tick, because in theory I don't need it for this class, because now that it's no longer gray, it still ticks. Fun fact about Unreal Engine, when you start your nodes, like I don't have any that are disabled. Basically, if tick exists and it's not grayed out, it means it ticks. Like Peto Bismolk Pink. Ah, true. I was reading there's a YouTuber called Scott, I can't remember his last name, but basically he used to do like a video every day or every week or something, and you went over random different topics, and he went on a video that showed like the purest pink color that you can see, where the values in the pink your like computer screen can't even show for whatever reason, right? Because it just doesn't have it. And ever since then I thought to myself, I actually want to go see what this pink that is so pink it's pink, you know, because it exists in that spectrum of the color space that standard screens don't display. Ultra pink, basically. It was Tom Scott, I think it was YouTube. Not even ultraviolet. Yeah, Tom Scott pink. It was this one. What? Tom Scott dies? Lol. I'm to take a nap. Wish you a good stream and good progress. Thank you very much. Enjoy your nap. We can close that. Interesting thing about napping, because I don't know how it is for everyone else, but I can take like a 30-minute nap. Apparently some people can't. Tom Scott video, as Tom Scott dies, is a funny video. He tries to vape and fails. Okay, so you're unhappy because mesh could not be found. Where is mesh? That's for attack. I was doing it this way? What? Can I disable this? If I just do that and then I go like that, will you still complain? You still unhappy? Character movement? Handle death. This needs to be done differently. Probably in the BP, no, the CPP base class. Return to the object variable. We'll delete that, we'll do that, we'll do this, we'll rename this as a to do so that I can find it. I'm one day gonna search in. He got vaporized. I love the play on words. One day I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna go into Unreal Engine or Blender or either into the code editor or Unreal Engine, and I'm gonna type to do, and I'm gonna hit enter, and we're gonna see. Oh, this is so bad. I should have named it -td because Unreal Engine apparently have a few. Wait, did I not find a single one of mine? Oh no, they're all of mine. Why return if not used? Oh, I love comments to myself. They're just annoying. Look at all my to-dos that I still have. Look how many inside the game instance. Yeah, damn it. Okay, anyway, ignoring that and moving swiftly along. It's like little peek into past Siler, because past Siler is convinced that future Siler is going to solve all of past Siler's problems. So what ends up happening is I make a whole bunch of to-dos all over the place, expecting my future self to get to them, but my future self is just annoyed at my past self going, why did you not do this? Yeah. I'm partly convinced I'm just gonna like solve. I don't know what. I'm not even sure at this point what I'm expecting. I'm just gonna solve and just it's magically all gonna work for me. Right, so we've done that. No, actually we haven't done anything. So this should now compile. This compiles, and we've got this random collision cylinder that just exists. Save. Well, I do not nap. Never have. I can't. I have to lay down on the bed, close my eyes, and eventually I fall asleep. Otherwise, I'm awake. My body will lol. My brain will say, nope, you're awake. Fair enough. I find if I take like a 30-minute nap, I'm usually fine. If I sleep for longer than that, then I'm like, I wake up super groggy, so I almost have to set an alarm. But the other day I did what I call a power nap. I was like, I fell asleep and I woke up after like 20 minutes, but like I was like wide awake. I was like, damn, that was a good nap. It's weird because it just feels like my brain or your brain just needs to like not have to physically control any movement. It can just lie there and not do anything other than the basic functions it needs to do for a bit, and then you suddenly feel so much better. Where does this collision come from? So if I go back to the C++, I hate how I have this set up. Once I'm up, I'm up. I should nap like that, fair enough. Bubbles doesn't nap, Bubbles just goes straight to sleep. Edit anyway, edit anyway, edit anyway. So we've got health. We've got max health. We've got Arcanium. We've got death. So where does the random... Is it from the actor? We've got the actor... Capture the cap. Nope. Collision. Nope. Okay, fine. My eyes pop open, I'm out of bed, start of the day. My alarm goes off and I'm just like, please, no, 5 more minutes. And then if I snooze my alarm a lot, I feel like it just gets harder and harder to wake up. These are protected, which means the base class should be able to use them. Fine. These are public. These I want to move to here. That we don't need. Why are you unhappy? Because you're declared over there. You can actually just be declared here. There we go. Then you're virtual, so we want you up there. You're a random view property, so we're going to put you under that one. Actually, you shouldn't be public. I don't know why you are. You should probably be private. Then, in fact, you should all be private. Visible. I want blueprint. Blueprint read only and so on. Blueprint read only. Copy, save. Why are you still unhappy with me? Blueprint read only should not be used for private member functions. Fine. Where's the one that I'm looking for? It's good and bad at the same time. Fair enough. Do you have a quite consistent wake-up cycle, Braxton? Up at 5 a.m., sometimes 6. Fair enough. So we've got... Why are we still unhappy? Just give it. I just do that. Okay, that's what I want. Yeah. Health the unit, yes, we know. So now we need some getters and setters for this. So let's do is dead. We have that. Some reason I can't think of a reason why we need to set this. You know what? Let's just give us one. Void set is dead. Takes a bool value equal. I'm just going to do it here. That blueprint callable. That getters. I don't need to differentiate that. 6 a.m. Almost no matter when I went to bed. I guess that has its advantages. Do you use an alarm clock or you just like naturally wake up? No alarm clock? Wow, okay. Your body is really well trained to what time you wake up. Technically, this should be enemy health. It's fine. So let's duplicate that. You should actually be wrapped like that. Surprised Real didn't throw out an arrow, to be honest. You must pass that point. So then, void, no. Float. That's not how you spell float this week. I did it to myself as a kid, so it's self-imposed cursed. Fair enough. I want that. How do I multi-tab? Fine, I'll do it that way. Let's do this. Then do that. Delete, delete. Do that. Do that. Do this. Go home. Control V. Not quite what I want. I don't know why delete does a copy now. So we want that. We want to avoid get turn. We'll do this. Control C. Now do get this and turn. Control V. Save. Close the tab. That. You messed something up over here. What did you do here? Oh, you've got this. Whoops. Hello? Unreal? Ryder, do you wanna do you wanna, like, what are you doing? I've never seen that before. That was weird. Hi, Skittles. See, I was such a hard sleeper, no alarm clock would wake me up. I'd go through a storm or anything, my mom would shake me until I eventually woke up every morning. So I heard somewhere that your brain has an internal alarm clock, and you'll just tell yourself as you're falling asleep what time you want to wake up in the morning and what happened. And I did that over and over until I trained my body to get up at 6 AM every day. I think I was 11 or so. That's impressive. Your brain does sort of have an internal alarm clock. It's so it's not just muscle memory. I wonder if it's the same thing that when you oversleep, you know, oh no, your alarm hasn't gone off, and you feel like, wait, I feel like I'm getting a suspiciously large amount of sleep. If I don't get to bed by midnight, I'll get very little sleep. Now we want void. Want set this. That's not how we do it. Set this float value and enemy health equal value. I'm surprised you didn't take that one for me. That. This is also a float. So set that. Wait a minute. That's a void. Not a float. That's a float. Value. That is equal to value. Then last one would be this. So we'll do Shift D. Oh, Alt D. What does that do? Don't mind. Fine, we'll just do that. That. Void set that int32 value. That is equal to value. We should be done. Some people have a gene for that. Sus. I think mine's broken. I never sleep more than 5 hours unless I've been up for 2 days or extreme physical exhaustion. Yikes. Okay. Some people only need 4 to 6 hours sleep. I think I'm one of those people. Yeah, it's weird. Some people are just like the 4 to 6, they're fine. I knew someone that could sleep, they would sleep 4 hours a day and they were perfectly fine. And they didn't need naps or anything. It was just how they were. I can do 6 hours as my sort of bare minimum, but that's usually my bare minimum. I usually work best if I get about 7. 8 is, I usually don't sleep for more than about 8-ish hours. And it's very rare that I sleep longer than sort of 8 hours. If I sleep like 9 or 10 hours, then it's either because I didn't sleep the previous day, or I've just been completely exhausted. I had a cousin that would sleep until like lunchtime. They would basically sleep for sometimes more than 12 hours at a time. I was just like, how? Set enemies, get enemies, set enemies, get enemies, set enemy, get. Okay. Get is dead, set is dead. So we've done all of those. So these are now private, which makes a bit more sense. So we've got default values for all of them. Because otherwise this goes really badly. We've still got that weird collision box, which I don't know where it's coming from. One thing I do want to do is I've got this health widget. Where is it attached to? It just exists. Health. You. So where do you get built? Get health wizard user object. So that's set on the actor, fine. Wait, so then if we have a health widget, so we assign one to the blueprint, fair. Then we go, we update the health widget. So we create our own one, which is the enemy one. We cast to it. I feel like there's a better way of doing that. And then we set the max health. I have some issues with that, but I'm going to ignore them for now. Also, I'm pretty sure this could be... You just want to be moved into there. Fine, you. You happy? You happy now? I think mine is more my brain overactive. Like once I'm awake, my brain like subconsciously tries to solve problems even before I'm fully conscious awake. I have that a lot where my brain starts off quite slow in the morning, doesn't do very much. And then by the end of the day, there's like so much that's happened that it's trying to process that I sometimes struggle to sleep because it's going through the rest of the day. And if I'm anxious about something, it makes it worse because I'll go over all the possible outcomes of it instead of being able to actually just, sleep. It would take 2 or 3 hours to get to sleep every night. I hate that. But I find that if I need to get up the next day at a certain time, so for example, I have work the next day and I know I need to be up at 6:45, then I struggle to sleep. But if I have work the next day and I'm, for example, I need to be up at 7:30 and I'm not going physically have to get up by a certain time and go like catch a bus, then I fall asleep like instantaneously. Well, now that it's no longer 10,000 degrees in the UK, I find it super easy to fall asleep because cooler weather is really good. That's interesting. I've always had it. It's quite frustrating. So when I used to have to go to work every day, be in the office every day, I'd struggle to sleep even if I was tired. And it was literally just because I knew that I'm sitting there and I'm worrying that if I don't fall asleep now, I'm going to be tired the next day because I've only got X number of hours left. And that would then go in sort of a cycle and prevent me from going to sleep. Yep, I have that too. It's so frustrating. 10,000 degrees is quite hot, yeah. We have special weather here in the UK. In the winter, it's like moderately cold, but in the summer, we bring the sun just closer, just to our part, so that it just superheats us. We need to... England has 2 seasons, fog season, bird season. True, very, very, very true. That's so funny. I like this sort of season because it's not freezing cold. The sun's still up for a moderate amount of time, although it is getting dark quite soon. And then yeah, lol, here birding season is literal. True. Why am I not uncommon to have 4 seasons? Where I am, it's not uncommon to have all 4 seasons in a week. We can have all 4 seasons in a day. Where are you, Mydron? Because the other day, wait, you have premium. Okay, so you can probably still hear me. The other day, I woke up, the sun was shining. Great. Then next thing I looked, there was a massive downpour. Then there was some wind. I was like, what's going on? And I was just like, what are you supposed to do? How do you dress for that? Midwest USA. You got ads. Oh, smart. So you just went over to YouTube. Fair enough. You don't, you go naked. Thank goodness for YouTube, right? Which YouTube one are you watching? Are you watching the vertical or the horizontal one? I think public nudity should be legal if it's over a certain temperature. It's fine, because when it's super hot, I generally avoid going out anyway. Just wear a hat and shoes. Don't forget the sunscreen. Sunscreen's important. I'm watching Sideways 1. Set max health. Set enemy health. A lot of people don't understand wildfires here. They are actually a normal part of the ecosystem. Some plants have even adapted to use it and need to reproduce. I have heard that, that it's actually very good for the plants and the environment. Boom! No, you're 3D addict, not boom. What do you mean? Thank you to Neurion for the hydrate, the Boston check, and the stretch. No boom. Boom's streaming. Boom's cat with a gun. Cat with a gun. Ow. Did I forget something? Enemy Arcanum Reward. Try to be on top. Trying to be on top of the information is fair enough. When is your trip to China happening, 3D Addict? I keep forgetting. I know you've told me like literally every single stream. I think it's the end of this month, or is it October? Honestly, at this point, it's going to have happened. I'm still going to be asking when it is. Arcane. Oh, I forgot to set you. My bad. Don't worry. Oh, no, I did do that. 29th. Nice. Are you excited? Set Arcane. No. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. What do you mean? Did I not just set this? How many instances of the editor do I have open? God damn it. I have 2 instances of the editor open. This is super awkward. This is a very bad situation. Because it's like... Normally when you work in a team, you can lock files, which is good, so that other people don't modify it. But how do you do that if you are the person and you're on the same computer? Okay, so we'll fix this, then we'll close it down, and not start it again. Okay, set Arcanium. Finish installing sync icons. Why would that just pop up? What is OneDrive doing? Delete that. Everything getting desynced. True. That can go down there. That can be there. That's neater. Set max health. Get max health. That doesn't need to be a whole function. I'm gonna change that. That can just be blueprint pure. Oh, don't open that one. For now we'll do that. We'll delete that just so this compiles. That can go there. Put it back there. You compile now? Yes you do. Save. Oh no, this is bad. This is bad. Failed to save. Retry. Okay, fine. We can... Let's try this. Close. Don't say time to panic. It's not time to panic. It's fine. Everything's fine. Retry. There we go. It worked. So the other Unreal Engine must have opened sec and locked the files and prevents me from being able to actually save it. Crisis averted. Damn it, Skittles. Can't believe you try to make me panic. Blueprint pure. I'm sure I copied you, but I like pasted that. Restart the engine. I was watching a video yesterday about setting up Unreal Engine for sort of studios and stuff by Ari, and they were talking about sort of the ways you do it and how you do it for sort of different size studios, which is quite interesting. And one of the things apparently that a lot of people get wrong is where do you put your Unreal Engine source code? Apparently that has a big issue. And they also talked about how they recommend, or how at least they do it, for bringing in new versions of Unreal Engine. But they use Perforce because it's like industry standard, even though it makes me very angry. Like when Perforce works, it works fine, but when it doesn't, it just absolutely shits the bed. At some point, I'm probably going to have to set up Perforce. Or I might. Because I need to... Well, I suppose I don't need to. I'm going to... Okay, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to set up Horde with probably build graph and then see how that works. The idea would be that I can, you know, make a commit and a change, have that go to the build server runs it like maybe nightly if there's new changes and goes, yo, this shit, you broke everything, nothing builds, the whole thing is on fire, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Did it start? Where's the Unreal Engine on? There it is. Yay! Do you ever look at your code and go, what? Like, what? The show coins code goes, get a random number between 100 and 2000, and that's how we're doing it. I implemented this so long ago, I didn't even know that this is there. I should probably put in a comment. Or, another option, we could go and get our Arcanium reward amount and just, you know, put it in there like that. And now, just like that, we no longer have to worry about it shitting the bed. Get actor location. Plus 100. I'll be honest, I'm not happy with... Oh, wait. Never mind. I know what it's doing. Ignore me. I still don't know why this is there. So I got like here, we should see that actor somewhere here, right? Advanced. I should assign that. You should be why are you not assigned? Do I have to click on you and assign you? Oh yes I do. Okay, there we go. So there's my widget blueprint enemy health, which just exists under the collision cylinder. If I go and I add I have to ask the AI a question. In Unreal Engine, if I create a base class blueprint that derives from actor, does it automatically have a collision cylinder? Because I don't know where the hell this collision cylinder is just appearing from. Because you should be attached to like something else. Like, are you socketed? No. Are you parented? No. Enemy base class is this. So you're both coming from C++. Fair. You know what we could do? I have an idea. Let's try it. Which one is the real one? That's you. That's you. This is so bad. Can't we like store this as a variable? So it was booking car park for a month. Why are you booking car park for a month? Are you driving your car to the airport, or is it because your car is parked on a road and you live in the UK, which means that you actually have to pay for parking to park your car on the road? These are all questions I have now. No, a blueprint, there's drive from brake X, does not automatically have a collision. Yeah. You know, my car is worth a bit, and leaving it on the road in front of my house ain't the safest solution. True, this is true, but you don't live in London, so no, you don't live in London, so it's mostly-ish fine. I mean, fair. You know, it's not something I considered, actually. Like, the last time I went on holiday, my car was just parked in the road for 2 weeks, and my biggest concern before I got on my flight was I hope I can get a good parking before I leave, and I left the car on the road. It was still there when I got back, so that's good. Today I had some stupid teenager throwing baseballs, bats at windows of a neighbor below me. Damn! Okay, then. I have to fix this. This is annoying me so much. If I go where is it? This is a U widget component, which is our health bar, which is set like that. Police ain't do shit about it. And when I asked, so what if I call you once I catch the kid? They said they would charge, I would be charged with assault. Lol. Gotta love it. Adobe, could you just not? Yeah, so let's fix you, because this is horrible. This is so bad. Let's do this. Go to the header file. Go like this. Go U property. Right. And you are a... that. So I'll look at, see if the kid IA will throw a baseball bat at him, shout, "Hey idiot," and left it behind. But that is precisely why UK have such a problem with teenager going rampant. That is true, yes. Like, it feels like there's very little that's done towards it, which is, you know, causing the issue. So about my boom at the beginning, yes. Were you coming in with a something? What were you doing? You see, the thing is now when everyone says boom, I always think it's, what do you call it? You're talking about boom. Was the drones falling in Poland? I woke up and I saw them in the news and I was just confused. I was just like, what is happening right now? To be fair, when I heard that and I heard how many got shot down, I was like, wait, what? And then I heard NATO, like how much, it seemed like NATO did very little, but then I don't have all the answers, so I was like, nani? So instead of doing this, like this, right? Because I don't know why I'm casting every time. I might just be... Okay, here, look, we do this. So we've got the health widget. So make sure we have a health widget. Then we go like this. And we set the... No, we do this, right? Like that. That's the user widget. Then if we have the user widget, we're just redoing all of this. We go, we just get that. We don't set it. We just provide that like that and that like that. Then we go like that. Then we can go to the bottom over here and we can just go, if we have that, do this. And now I'm no longer looking at myself and going, because I know I didn't do this very long ago and I have no idea why I thought let's cast every tick every time we update this. Like, that was kind of really silly. That should be fine now, because now what we have is a situation where that's the one that's actually set, that's technically the one that's actually used. Yeah. Want to see what I've been doing for the past 2 days? Oh. Are you selling these? What is this going to be used for? You made all of these? You know, man, it's a pity you... I fixed those. Oh, fair. Okay. It's such a pity that you don't live in London for mod for 7 Days to Die. Fair enough. Is that a Black Hawk? I think it is. I don't regret, lol. Living there 20 years is not fair enough. No, just because there's that job that you could have possibly got. I don't know if you ever heard back from them. That's some really cool vehicles. Not yet. Fair enough. Do. There's a Chewie. This is a fascinating aircraft just because the blades over here, the way they work, they've got a mechanism that means that they would never hit. They've got like a physical thing that the way they turn would prevent them from ever hitting, which is good because they look like they shouldn't be able to fly. They cancel each other's vibration. They also do that, yes. Right, let's restart Unreal Engine. Actually, I want to add a collision box. So let's go like this. This we don't need anymore. One thing I do need to do is we need to go, we do that, fine. Do I have a root component? That's why he's called root, so that might be why. I do. So we create the default root component, like that. Then... we then go... Where's my... I have many questions. Actually don't want that there. Nope, I want that at the bottom, so there's a separation for the types. There we go. That's better. We've got that. We've got that. So let's go. This. Actually, let's keep it as mesh. It'll be that. U sphere collision. What's it called? What are we called? U sphere. What is this? What are you? Forward. Okay, fine. A sphere generally used for simple collision. Ah, okay, there we go. So, collision sphere. Oh, you're unhappy because you want to be a pointer. Fine, you know what? You be a pointer. Then we can go, so we created that, so we want basically this, but instead of that, we want to go and take that, we want that, create default subject after U sphere component, collision sphere. Is that correct? Is it create default subobject? Oh, you used the wrong one. Whoops. There we go. And then we go root component. Is it root or is it the other way around? I can't remember. Actually, why don't we do this? Don't do that, but just go root component equal collision. Then we go take the enemy skeletal mesh, which is this. That, and then we go collision sphere dot add. How do you attach? It's the other way around. It must be the. It has to be the other way around because I always get the wrong way. So intuitively, I think you have to add the one to the other. So we go attach to component collision sphere. So let's see if that works. Bum, bum, bum. Ah. It didn't work. There's like 1 or 2 errors, but no more than about 3. Is that right? Set up attachment. Okay, so why are you unhappy? You're unhappy because Nani missing. Visible anywhere, fine. This is not the issue. Just game about it. Hello, how are you doing? I've broken it. Why? Why are you unhappy with me? On line 80. Oh, because I never I don't actually think it's line 80, to be honest. It is line 80. We need to go like this. We need to add a forward declaration. Is that it? I'm doing good. Glad to hear it. What game are you making? Are you making a game? I hate that error, and I get it all the time in C++, and you think I'd be better at spotting it. Where what happens is it gives you this whole output of errors, and it's actually so misleading. And all it's saying is, all it actually should be saying is, yo, by the way, I have no idea what this class means. Maybe it is saying that. I never actually didn't read it. I don't know what this class is. Don't know what to do with it. You want to maybe like for declare it something, maybe, or do something. I'll rewrite the compiler to say, hey, fam, what this be, or something. Just like absolutely, when I read the error, I go, oh, yeah, okay, it's that. You coding for Unreal Engine? Yes, I am. So this is C++ for Unreal Engine. I'm making a game in Unreal Engine with C++. Are you making a game just about it? Just games about it? You would be better if you would say, hey, twat, this line needs correction as it's messed up. Yes, but I would use that in so many places. 3D. Remember, I need to be able to distinguish between, hey, twat, this line, and hey, twat, that line. Like, there's the levels of bad. I mean, it should give you a line number. It gave me, actually, it technically did. It told me there was a problem with line 80, and I was like, yo, what? I'm trying to complete learning. So are you started on Unity? Oh, nice. That's cool. How are you enjoying that? How are you finding Unity? I tried learning Unity many years ago, but I never really got properly into it. Are you following a course on it? Now, okay, line 80, but does it count empty lines? Or is it just those that have actual text? No, it counts empty lines. It literally said here, like line 81 or line 80, there's a problem. And Ryder underlined that U for me. And I'm like, huh? I wish I could make Ryder for... Actually, I probably can. I could probably make Ryder go and notify me that I've forgotten to do it, because I'm not sure if you noticed how I fixed it. I just clicked here and went Alt-Enter to give up the context menu, and Ryder gave me 2 options. Okay, so this now runs, right? Look at that. We have a collision sphere. We have a static mesh, and we have an enemy health bar. So now... Oh, damn. You know what I did? I just realized something. I set the collision sphere as the root component, which means I can't change its position in the world. I need to actually add a scene component and then attach a root component to attach this to that so that I can adjust it per actor. Whoops. I tried to, but the video is out of date. Sometimes they use old tools that don't exist. I hate it when that happens. Are you doing it on YouTube? Or where are you doing it? Because I found if you use Udemy, there's a group called Game Dev TV who keep their tutorials quite up to date. So let me go see. Unfortunately, you have to pay for them, but I find it's very much worth it. Unity Game Dev. Why is this so expensive? It's like these guys have updated theirs to the new one, which is pretty cool. And I find they keep their tutorials really up to date, which is great. As soon as you see unknown blah 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 int, assume that it's old and typical C++ that you know it can't recognize the type, so you need to include a header or a forward. Good old C++ compiler IDs. Yes, that's actually a good point. You'd think that I would know that by now, but for some reason it still trips me up, and it's such a like you saw, it was missing an include, but the size of the error it gives out is like, it's so misleading, and all it's like, yo, I have no idea what this is. This thing makes no sense to me. But yeah, Good old C++ compilers. You love Udemy. Udemy is great. It's annoying because it starts with yes, and that's why I was initially confused, because usually when it says that, it's you know, it's like correct that, oh, I forgot to add this, and I'm like, there's no, but the squiggly, there's no squiggly, because writer usually, you know, tells me about that, and then it's like, sometimes it's something on the next line that I've done wrong. It's like, no, it's not there, and it's like, oh, it's just because that was the issue. I have some Udemy stuff. I like Udemy because I like the structured learning. Not all courses, unfortunately, are made the same. I've had some that I find are very... for the amount that they charge, which here is £12, which I don't find particularly, you know, cheap. Then again, it's the price of, what, 2 cups of coffee? Fine. But, like, some of the courses, really good. So the Game Dev TV ones, I find you get a huge amount of value out of your £12 or whatever it is. I did a course recently, and it was in 3 sections. Did the first section, fine. Did the second section, fine. Did the third section, and the third section felt like they planned out what they were going to do, which was this, right? And then they just decided that, thank you. They were just like, actually, no, we're just going to do that instead. And that's all they showed. So it felt incomplete. I think the UK, they measure in cups of tea. To be fair, yes, this is accurate. I've been a little naughty using ChatGPT to check. That's actually valid. Like, I would say do that. I often use it to ask questions, like, you know, those dumb questions that you don't want to ask in chat or message someone about. That's what I use it for. Because at this point, the AI knows. The AI assumes that I'm just dumb and like completely unhinged. So it's not. So we've established that kind of relationship with each other, that it knows and it assumes that I know nothing, so it can just explain it all to me. Okay, now that I've done that rant, I forgot what I was doing. Oh, I was upset because I made the collision sphere the root component and then couldn't move the root component because the collision sphere is the root component, and the root component always has to be at 0, 0. What was it supposed to be? Default root. Let's go and cheat. Nope. It's default. Default sub. What are you called? Let me go Google. Humans don't have hinges. Humans are generally unhinged anyway, fair enough. Like, you're not wrong, but you also know what I mean. It's something. This is equal to that. Then this, no, this got set up attachment. That wasn't even remotely what I wanted. Set up. I will send you the root component. You seen component. Root component. Why do you not have a space? Everyone needs to... Space, no space. Space, no space. Space. I mean, Unreal's just going to add it for me, but it just makes it easier for me. Look, we've got a random additional one of those things. Right, restart. I tried watching YouTube videos for tutorials, but they're super fast and go slow, and you got to slow it down. So my issue with a lot of the YouTube tutorials is I find that sometimes they don't go over some of the basics. They assume, like, they don't come from a teaching point of view. It depends on who it is. Some of them do it very well, but it's quite hit and miss. That's kind of like why. So when I started doing Unreal Engine, I went with Game Dev TV, and I found that they taught the basics for what you actually needed. They went over the editor. The issue with a lot of tutorials is, I suppose, they all go over the editor at some point, which means that you get to this point where you're like, you just skip the introduction because you're like, I don't need to go over it again. That's my major complaints to YouTube tuts. Yes, it's I don't know how else to say this other than it's as if it's someone who doesn't know how to teach giving a tutorial, which I can understand. They don't know how you're supposed to go about it. It's that, and it seems to be a combination of this. Sometimes they've got a general idea for what they want to do, but they don't sit down and make a proper plan. Like in video A, we're going to go over this and create this part. Whereas like what I find you need to do, and what the better tutorials do, is they make the tutorial, the full sort of, we're going to make this thing. Then they sort of copy that and start again and take you through it step by step. So they already know what the end product is going to be and how it is going to work. They don't try and make it while they do it. I love when they explain the reason for it in detail for what can go wrong. Yes, and that's actually very important, because there's the whole thing of, for example, let's say I'm doing a tutorial and I didn't have this line, and I just went and I said, here's the root component, and the root component is equal to the sphere. And I don't tell you why I'm doing that. And you're like, okay, but what does any of this mean? And how does it actually sort of relate? And it's like, okay, but so then what are the differences between setting the root component to the sphere, for example, and setting it to a default scene component? Like, what are the two differences? And when they go through the effort of actually showing it to you, but they actually mention, like before, no, we're going to show you something. Don't copy this because we're going to do it in a different way. We're just showing you why we do it in a different way. Like, I really enjoyed that type of thing, because, you know, okay, there's a reason behind the method. So in my case, why I've changed to have a root component is, a root component is just a thing that exists that has nothing on it, but it serves as the center in your blueprint, your visual part of your blueprint, so that you can attach other things like this that apparently I can't move because I did something wrong. There we go. So like this, if you remember earlier, I only had access to the scale, but now, because it's attached to the root component, which is its core that will never move, we now have a way of being able to actually move its collision or move its other pieces. And we have this is the health widget, which for some reason is still attached to this. Don't ask me why. We're going to ignore that for now. Honestly, I'm at the point where I'm half tempted to go into the C++, fetch that thing, delete it, and rebuild it. But that's a future me problem. Seen 30-second tutorials. Yeah. I intend to make tutorials that are slower and more detailed for people like me who don't get stuff quickly. There's a lot of people that appreciate that, because it seems that you get the tutorials that go too fast, and they just do this, do that, but you don't understand the why you're doing things in a particular way. And in Unreal Engine, there's usually with a lot of things, there's usually a reason for doing something in a particular way, with a particular sort of methodology. I subscribe for fun to watch. Nice, awesome. That's pretty cool. Thank you very much for the subscription. I don't know why it takes so long to come through. Like, I don't know if that's a YouTube thing or it's just the stream elements thing is super laggy, but I appreciate the subscription. Let me know how your sort of game dev journey goes and if you make anything cool with Unity. It's funny because I work with Unreal Engine, so I watch a lot of Unreal Engine devs, but I also watch a lot of, I think Godot is probably the second highest that I watch. I have a learning disability, so go at my own pace. Yeah, always go at your own pace. Like, don't go at the pace of everyone else. Like, do what you need to do. Take as long as you need to. Like, if you're having fun doing it, you know what? That's it. My sort of big issue that I have with game dev is a lot of the time I enjoy it too much, which means that I don't actually get to play games that are coming out. Like, I'd like to, but then I'm like, but I'd rather be working on this now. And it's like, but I want to play that game, but I'd rather do this. Storm! Hello, Storm. How are you doing? What progress do you have for us today, Storm? I'm eagerly awaiting. No pressure, no pressure. This is where Storm's like, yeah, dude, I was on holiday for a week. What are you talking about? So now we have, so we have a collision mesh. Fantastic. We have an enemy thing, and we're going to go and add. Who can we add? Because it doesn't matter. We're just going to add a random dude. Why is the tutorial guy yellow now? I've been playing Civ 7, nice. Sorry to put you on the spot then. I'm actually making RTS zombie, kind of like Age of Empires. It's going good so far. That's really cool. Nicely done. That's a lot of work. RTSs are a ton of work. Where, I mean, we could use Rampage. There's always Rampage. For some reason, it didn't occur to me that these are two separate skeletal meshes. Now, if I remember correctly, don't ask me why, but this actually needs to be flipped 90 degrees. And actually, even worse than that, it has to be flipped minus 90 degrees. I don't know why. Okay. So base enemy is now this dude called Jeff. Is this used? Find references by name. Path visualizer is not used anyway. We can delete it. Delete. Delete. Last animation index. Not sure why I did that, but actually kind of need that. Random index. No, don't know why I need that. Data queue. I'm going to delete that for now. Delay death. Actually very important. We're going to keep that. That we're going to use in the object pooling that we're going to do at some point. My keyboard stopped working, and this little one I have right now sucks. No, I can't use Unreal with without my good keyboard. Fair enough. That's a pain. I worked out to use public floats. Is that floats? I think floats for animations and sound, so I can drag the material on FX in components. Oh, nice. That's cool. It's funny. I'm setting up this class in probably the complete wrong way. Wait, I need to do this. Where... You know what we want to do is... I'm going to make one small change. It's going to make my life a lot easier here. The skeletal mesh is actually just going to... why does this code still exist? Oh, because I was showing you. Whoops, 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 whoops. Right, there. And then the skeletal mesh is actually going to be attached to the root component because I want them separate so they can do their own thing. Then don't set up anything here because that's going to break, but we'll compile, we'll save that. Can I, with the collision mesh, set a default animation? Use custom mode. Nope. Use animation asset. Here we go. Run. That's too fast. I'm laughing because I'm browsing YouTube and saw you were live, which prompted me to leave YouTube and come to Twitch. Sorry, Google. Hello, Stevie. How are you doing? Well, I appreciate having you here. The funny thing is I'm live on Twitch let me try that again. I'm live on YouTube twice because I started doing the vertical and the horizontal at the same time. So it's like you had 2 YouTube streams to go to and you were like, nope, and you came over via Twitch. Baywatch mode. Yeah, boy. How's vertical working for you? It's interesting. I'm not sure yet. or just gaming about it looks like I believe is on the vertical stream. Horizontal YouTube is very, well, standard YouTube, should I call it, the standard format, I find is very, doesn't get much traction. That's more, I use it more for like VODs at this point. Let's compile this, save it. Let's go to the test actor, because that one I actually set up weirdly correctly. So you want the forward jog. So if I go to the enemy base, let's go with the jog. FWD. That's quad. What is this? That's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay, I'm gonna pull you out. I'm gonna put you there. I'm gonna go back there. Now, I can't see anything. There we go. Save that. Close that. I'm going to close Unreal Engine, restart, save. Stevie, I want to say, the way you're doing your clock thing that you're doing on stream, it looks so cool. I do think you've become a technical artist, because I was looking at some of the stuff you're doing in that material, and I was like, I have no idea what that is. But it's a very clear, like, I was looking and I was like, it's such a smart way of doing it. Like, use a single texture and then you just pull out the part that you want. And I was just like, I was thinking to myself, I should probably do that in some parts. Like, that would have made a lot of sense. What kind of game are you working on? So I'm making a tower defense game in Unreal Engine. I did send you a widget on Discord. There's a lot of objects, but everything on the side works. Oh, let me have a look. I'm currently thinking about optimizing it further. Yeah, it looks cool. It looks, that UI is looking pretty nice. Nicely done. What further optimizations are you thinking of making? You're learning Substance Painter too. Substance Painter is a lot of fun. It's just, Substance Painter is expensive. And I say this as someone that's got a subscription to it at the moment that I should probably cancel because I haven't used it in like 3 months now. Actually, speaking of optimization, I've just made, part of the reason that I'm sort of recreating this class, or reparenting it is actually technically the correct term, is I'm trying to optimize so that having 100 enemies on screen is possible at any given time. So one of the big changes we made is this used to be a character, and we've now changed it to an actor, so it makes it a lot lighter because there's a whole bunch of additional things it just doesn't need. I've manually added back a collision sphere that we're going to test to see what the performance is like. And part of the reason for that is so that I can actually attack the enemy again, because once the enemy gets attacked, I'm then able to start looking at object pooling, which I've never done before, but it looks fairly straightforward. I would like it to be a bit more dynamic, so I can make the clock with more numbers and colors or colons? Colors in different locations more easily. Colons. Yes. Right, okay, that makes sense. Oh, colons meaning, right, fair, I see what you mean. Yes, okay. Well, I look forward to seeing that. What days do you stream, Stevie? Because it seems... Oh, so you can do 0000. Oh, fair. Ah, right. That's a good idea. I have lots of character BPs spawned. Well, NPCs, I just duplicate the third-person character and use the preset stuff. So the issue with that is there's a lot of... The character blueprint is basically your most heavy version of an actor because of how much additional stuff it has that's in it. So I've essentially made an actor, made a very lightweight version of the character now. I think actually technically it's closer to a pawn at this point than a character. I bought it on Steam a long time ago. Before the payments. Nice. There's Unreal Engine. Okay, so if I go back to... I'm currently aiming for 3 to 5 days a week, but I'm not on a regular enough to know yet which days it would be. Fair enough. Ahoy, Salah. Ahoy, Jedum. How are you doing? It's been a weird week. There hasn't been a single Jedum stream. Jedum was like, I'm taking a break, but we're going to come back. We're going to have the big stream. I'm waiting, Jedum. Like right now, I'm just sitting here waiting. Well, I turned on the notifications on Discord, like you mentioned, Stevie. So I actually got a notification yesterday that you went live, and I was like, yay! This we can remove. Oh, this is the test actor. Actually, we don't really care about the test actor. But we don't want to let the test actor know that we don't care about the test actor. So if I go back to enemy base, I need to spell that right. Base. Excuse me, please. Base, maybe. You're gonna make me do it manually, aren't you? This is where I found out that I completely broke the component and now it no longer exists. Oh, there it is. You poor... Can I pause that animation? Is there any way to do that? No. Okay, fine. Health widget. Staycation is going well. I've done nothing but play games, eat food, check the letterbox. That sounds like a fantastic idea. I'm actually planning a staycation soon. You see, the thing about a staycation that people seem to forget is it's very efficient because you still have to pay your rent or your mortgage. So you're staying at home, you're using your rent to like the fullest, or your mortgage to the fullest for that time period. It's about efficiency. I think probably sometime next month I'm just gonna take a week off where I just do a staycation. My aim is to do game dev, play games, and just like vibe for a week. Yeah, it is. It's great. You can pause the animation. Looks like it paused if you click off Unreal. It does seem to pause it off when you go outside Unreal Engine, which is good. Okay, let's put you over there. Now, let's see if this all works. If I go and I take, not you, BP, okay, this is going to be the moment of truth. It's going to be really awkward if this doesn't work. Enemy base. Compile, save. Okay, moment of truth. Play. Of course there's an error on you. What ails you? Fair. Compile? Do you work now? Okay. No, you still don't. Remove that. Okay, now you're happy. Compile, save. You need episode 7. Who mentioned that show to you, Temtic? So... because you mentioned that yesterday in Stevie's Discord, and I don't actually even know what this is. I should probably look it up. The Amazing Digital Circles. It's on Netflix. You don't know it either? Okay, so it's not just me. I haven't opened up the project once, recharged my brain cell, which is actually probably very important to do, Jedum. I need to do that at some point. I go through these waves of... I call it more like, basically it's a sine wave, maybe a bit not as regular as a sine wave, but yeah, where you're super efficient and then you're not efficient and then nothing's working, and yeah, so let's press start. Okay, so they don't move, but they exist. Actually, aren't you wrong? Aren't you supposed to just pause that? What are you? That's base enemy 3. How does that... The reason why I think it's wrong is the fact that it's missing like a bunch of stuff. Did I select the wrong one somehow? Wait, why are you selected? I may have messed up something. I mean, it's probably my fault. I mean, it has to be my fault at this point, but this is an interesting one. The health widget for the actor is over there at 00, not even at 00. Almost at 00. I should probably attach it to something. Right, let's have the ad break. So everybody go get yourself, as Tempting would say, go get yourself something to drink, and we'll be back after the ads. I'd say it differently, but Tempting said it perfectly. I will be right back. Return. When you're not staycationing, when you do normal stream, I've been following you and never actually caught you live yet. Stevie, if you're still here, sometimes I've seen Jedem that is live after I finished my stream, which when you put it into like New Zealand time, it's like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning there. Like Jenim's supposed to be getting up to, you know, have his day, and there's Jenim still streaming. Okay, so we've got a few issues. Issue 1 is that this is not attached to anything. That we can fix. So how does that exist? Okay, let's stop play. Accessing none. Set active transform. Okay, we'll need to look into why you're on fire in a second. Let's close you. You. Who are you and what are you attached to? So you're attached to this collision cylinder that just doesn't exist. So let's take the health bar widget. Health bar widget. So that's the variable name. So let's go health bar widget, this one. Then go into here and say that set up attachment root component. So it is correct. That is correct. Human. It's resting on my shoulders, cold night in a sleepless space, white eyes with a glaze of red. I'm going round and round, it won't let me out. What if we don't do this and we go like this? Sit up. No, you can't. I want to try that and see what happens. I've only been off this week. It's usually 5 times a week at 7 p.m. Pacific Central Time, and use a couple of hours late. It's weird, unhealthy schedule. Sai's not wrong. It's 2 a.m. now. When was that? I'll never forget, like, I mean, I'm glad I got to actually raid you once. And it was literally like, I finished my stream at 5 o'clock UK time or something in the evening. And I was like, I raided you and you were like, oh, whoops. And you were muted because the missus was sleeping. And you're like, yeah, I'm muted so I don't wake her up. Like, is that not a sign that maybe you should be asleep? But then again, if you're being productive, you know, why not? I've actually considered before that if I'm being super productive and it's like a weekend or something, why not just work until you're like actually tired or you run out of steam? I think it was Tim Sweeney talking about how he would do stuff, and he would say that like sometimes the best work he was doing was like at 3-4 o'clock in the morning, and he would just work until something was done and then just go to sleep. I'm confused why we have to have this health bar widget like this, which is a U widget component, and then we have the health bar widget over here, which is a U user widget, which is a mesh component. Oh, because the one is the physical representation of itself in the world, and the other is the one that gets attached to it, right? Something like that. I think that's how it works. Changed in 10 blueprints, what? Oh, okay, fine. It's hard to pry only in the zone. I forget what spaghetti does otherwise. Fair. Also, you think to yourself that, you know, you're going to come back tomorrow and you have a look at it again, and sometimes it's like, this makes no sense to me today. It can take you just longer sometimes just to come back and figure out what is this code that you've written? What is this mess? Who wrote this? Well, you know it was you, but you know, which version of the U was it? Because that one had some interesting things. You mentioned earlier that you dropped the character class with pawns. Technically more than that. So I'm no longer, my enemy base isn't even a pawn or a character anymore. It's just an actor. Because we don't want the movement component that a character has. And all I really need for this at the moment is it needs to have a static mesh. It has a collision mesh, a collision sphere at the moment. That's possibly just for testing, but we'll see. And it needs like some other things, but I don't need all the additional stuff that you get, like a pawn or a character. Like a character comes with that whole movement component system. And since I'm moving this sort of externally, you know, along a spline, we don't actually need it. So I'm trying to, what I've done is I've tried to make them as lightweight as possible. Because when I did this sort of test actor, which was literally just a character with, where is Unreal Engine now? I had this test actor somewhere, this one, which was just a scene component with a static mesh and a animation blade. I was able to get about 100 of these spawning on screen at any given time without any further optimizations, which is pretty decent. That makes perfect sense, actually. All you need is a scale mesh for animations. The rest is unnecessary cost. Genius. Yeah, exactly that. And sort of the chat kind of helped me sort of realize is like, why do we have all these additional things? Because if you look at like, where's an example of it? Do I have the like third person character? Do we have the third person character anywhere? Can't remember how I made this. I mean, let's just go like this. New blueprint character. Like, so we haven't added anything, fine, but we've already got arrow. Okay, arrow doesn't mean much, you know what, fine. You got the capsule component, cool. You got the mesh, cool. And you got the character movement component. And the character movement component actually has, there's a lot in it that you just, especially for something that's basically just going to, I mean, I'm literally on tick at the moment, moving this via, I'm updating the location of 100 actors on tick, and it's faster than using the movement component because of how much stuff it's doing. And that's like the worst way of doing it on the game thread. Yeah. The other thing that I've done, I'm not sure if this is going to be at the detriment. I currently have tick disabled because I have nothing running on the tick. So I was like, well, let's disable that. That might be causing another issue that I'll see down the line. But it's like, when you start reducing all these functions, because in Unreal Engine, if you have that like that and it's not grayed out, it's still ticking. It'll still tick even though there's nothing here to do, but it'll still run it because it qualifies as it being enabled. Whereas if you look at this one, these are all disabled, which means that they won't automatically run now. But I haven't actually found a way of taking a disable. You see, this node is disabled and not be called. I haven't actually found a good way of being able to tell Unreal Engine disable. Like, am I missing this? I can't find the plus minus. It's plus 11 plus 12 GMT ish. Hello, how are you doing? Is it pronounced Erlith? Is that how you pronounce that? Anyway, sorry, Jedem. Random sort of rant about tick where, yeah, it's enabled. If it's not grayed out, it still ticks. Which most of the time doesn't matter, but when you've got 100 actors that are suddenly going to just tick, it, you know, is an issue. I love these conversations. This is the stuff that a lot of Unreal Engine devs miss because it's all enabled out of the box. You need to cut what you don't need. Yes, but it's a thing where until you know what all the pieces do, like I've known for a while what a lot of the pieces do, but I've almost been too scared to just like gut things out that I don't need. It's like, oh, maybe I'll do that. It's like, okay, then if you need it, add it back. But if you don't need it, just don't have it. But these conversations they're great. And I think the tick one I found quite interesting, where you initially look at it and you don't realize how much of an impact it has but I saw there was a discussion about it on LinkedIn where someone added like 100 actors, and they showed you that just the difference of not having the function having to come in and just do tick with nothing on it, the amount of performance impact it had. It's like, what? Having my morning coffee, had to pitch in and say, I love combos about optimization. Optimization is great. It's the problem is like, how granular do you get? Like, how much do you do? Because I'm going through this whole effort where I've basically stripped out this enemy base class now, so that it just has what it needs. So it's just from actor and that kind of stuff. And I've made all these optimizations to have 100 of these on screen at any given time. What's funny is if the player is playing the game correctly, so how you intend it, where, you know, they're placing towers and the enemies are being killed, because I'll have a pool system in place, which is one of the next things I'm going to work on. There should actually be a very small number of these that are actually on the screen at every given time, so there won't actually be a lot of overhead. But it's like, think about it, if what's the maximum that I'm kind of wanting to have, which is 100, and then if I never have 100, great. I mean, PSD. My stream schedule is there, and I should be local. Ah, right. The default character CM is just bloated. Shouldn't be used in 90% of the projects, but people still do it just for convenience. Yes, exactly. I noticed that having that in my actor, even though I was teleporting the actor like along the spine, because that's the easiest way to visually represent see it, still had overhead, and I wasn't using the movement component at all, because the movement component has a whole bunch of stuff inside of it that has to like tick. Like, let's actually have a look. If we go, this one. This is the movement component, right? So everyone's like, okay, it's just, you know, a component that exists. Look how much stuff it derives from. So we've got all that. There's all the delegates that we have. Here's all the is active relative position, and this is the header file for this not that heavy component. Like, when you've got access to look at the C++, there's a header file with 157 lines of code in. Look how much stuff is in this component. There's your nav mesh, your half height, because you need to be able to do that. Fine. Granted, a lot of this isn't used unless you call stuff, but like, this is a big class. Almost 2,000 lines of code for the character component that you have even if you're not using. So yeah, it makes a difference just like pulling this out. Like, here's replication stuff that's just sitting, you know, in here. But anyway. Oh, this is character.cpp. There's so much in here. Unreal has an absurd amount of lines, because it blows my mind. Yeah. There's a series I watched recently. I actually watch it every now and then. It basically goes, it's a YouTube video that goes over where, like, from the program execution to your begin play. I think it's like from main to begin play, because all C++ programs start with main, and they basically go through the process of all the things that happen in Unreal Engine to the point where your code is actually called for the first point, which is basically, let's call it begin play. Like, how can even an organization as big as Epic actually manage all that? It's massive amounts of departments. So you've got like your core engine department, you've got rendering, you've got like widget slate departments, you've just got tons and tons of departments that all have to deal with it. It's just, it's such a big project. So like in Unreal Engine, you've got something called guarded, type main. Is it called guarded main? Actually, there's a way of checking this. What you do is you go like this, you press play, then you go into here. Where's my debugger? Debugger there. And then you put pause. And that won't give me, oh right, because I don't have the debug symbols on. Whoops. Anyway, when you usually, if you have the full source code version of Unreal Engine, it'll actually take you to the guarded main. Where's it called from? Guarded main. Jedem, you might find this quite interesting. So in Unreal Engine, because it's an engine and it's a game engine, there's a file that exists somewhere where it's the engine's engine or something. Like there's 3 sets of engine that exist in the file. Because you've got Unreal Engine, right, as a source code project. Then you've got the engine folder. And then inside the engine folder, you've actually got like the main engine. So it's like there's engine inside of engine, inside of engine, because that's like the only word you could use. There you go. Look at that. Unreal Engine, engine, source engine, the engine, core engine. When I found out about that, I thought it was so funny. The other one that I found quite funny is when Unreal Engine starts for the first time, it has to actually have a U world because there's a bunch of initialization functions that need to call get world. So it literally creates a dummy world before it ever loads your map because there's a whole bunch of subsystems that have to be initialized. Creates the dummy world, then loads your map. And it's just a blank world. There's nothing in it, but it's so funny that it has to create that basic one just to initialize a whole bunch of other functions. Oh, I found that actual chain. And I think they even have somewhere in the code, it's actually called dummy level. Is it dummy level? Resource cluster has been stopped during preload. Either the no, that's not one. There we go. We need to create a dummy level sequence and specify tell the level sequence to active. No, that's not the right one. There's another one somewhere. It's where the main, I think it's inside of the game instance, like the game instance. Like you, that's not the one I want. That one, thank you. Engine.h. Done. Is it inside here? Oh right, that's the chain. Yes. Yeah. The classic engine source, runtime, engine class, engine. And this is the main engine for the engine, in case you're wondering. You were talking about sort of big classes inside Unreal Engine. So this is the header file that's almost 4,000 lines of code. Which one does this take me to? Does that take me here? This class. Oh, there's 5,500 lines of code. That's too many words. Does it give a word count, actually? At one point they gave you a word count. I feel like they gave it to you. This text noodles. Where are the noodles? It's text noodles. Yes, it's text noodles. You thought there was a lot of noodles inside Unreal Engine. Wait till you get to the text noodles. tisk Unreal Engine. You're not using core globals. Why is it in here? Remove it. We can speed up the build time. I'll go do that, and then turns out was actually a reason for it, and I completely broke Unreal Engine. Apparently Ryder's not happy with me opening all of this, so I'm just going to close this down now. I'm going to move away from this. And pretend we never came in here. I've got such a lot of random stuff open. So in this file list here, everything that is not that weird color green is Unreal Engine. These are mine. And it's like, whoops. That one there. Earliest, is that how we say it? What are you busy working on? Because if you have access to the Unreal Engine source code, you know a thing or two. Or is it just light reading? You know, there's also that. Oh, I was checking something, wasn't I? Write that. I actually do want to... I need to buy a new SSD because I've run out of space so that I can actually get this engine source code properly on my computer again. I work on all kinds of things, mostly. Most recently, a 1-year-old camera system. A 1-year-old camera system? What does this camera system do? Does it solve all other camera problems? Does it fix orthographic cameras? Is that what you did? You fixed orthographic view? You're still there, but you're not attached to anything. How dare. If I press F8. Oh, actually, two things. Yeah, I know I need to fix you. It's fine, it's fine. Text noodles? Ew. How dare you, Skittles. The text noodles run in Unreal Engine. We can close that, we don't need it. Main menu, close that, don't need it. What about you? One of the things I did learn from looking at the Lyra project that I should do is set a background, have everything else not have a background, canvas, color, panel, whatever you want to call it, and then just have the main one and attach everything on top of it for the main menu so that we're not rendering every single one. I mean, it's minimal, but you know, every little bit helps. It's massive, to be honest. Imagine all the things you've seen in Nintendo games, Blizzard games, etc. Got all of it. Oh, wow. Okay, that explains why. That explains a lot. Granted, I've been working on this for like 1 year and 8 months now, basically, just about. So for the most part, I can understand how much work goes into something in a year, especially if you're working on it all the time. We can close. We're going to be having a complete overhaul of that system soon, and that one. Okay, so why... We can close that and actually delete that blueprint that I just randomly created just to show you. Yeah, no one uses it, it's fine. You're just a test. I would like to know... Let's actually check. Blueprint class, actor. Where are you? There. You got the default scene route. Good. So you've got a default scene route. Where is this random cylinder coming from? Enabled and inherited, yes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go like this, delete that, set up attachment, set it to the static mesh, restart the engine. What are you planning on doing with the camera system? Are you selling it as a plugin? Or is it for another project? Initially for my own project, now that it's being converted, so it can be sold to. Nice. I'm sure there'll be people that have use out of it. This is kind of pointless, because I'm already doing this. Where is... There you are. Health bar widget is still attached there. Health bar widget. Oh, interesting. So, why are they two and why are they named differently? Okay, so let's have a look. This one, whatever it is, lurking for 10 minutes. BRB, gotta go from BRB from computer. All right, bye. Right, so that kind of actually helps us. So we've got the health bar widget, which is different from the other one. So I wonder if I go like this and give it a random name. So you're called health bar widget. Let's just go dash created from widget on the structural. Okay, so then what is this other one? And which one is the one that I'm actually wanting to deal with? Because if I go to the viewport, this is... So this is health bar, widget component provides a surface in 3D environment on which to render widgets, widgets normally rendered on screen. Widgets are first rendered to render target, and the render target is displayed in the world. Okay, and then what are you? Widget component provides a... It's the same thing. So either I've added 2. Is this added by some code somewhere that I've just like forgotten about? Begin play. Set max health. There you go. Wait. Close that. Show coins. No. What are the things we have? Instruction script. Nothing in there. Handle death. Nothing there. Make floating numbers. No. Get next animation. Fine. Oh, this I'm using to make the attack montage more unique. Right, so then you're that, but then what are you? Let's rename this. Let's call this one root. Save. Health, fill in the colors. Some health. But you're just called health boss. You should be fine. Nope, I don't want to go to you. I want to press F10. I want to search by word only. Past that, it's a really weird setup. Just disable that altogether. So that's there, fine. So let's attach the skeleton mesh. So in theory, what should happen is this one is the one we're attaching to the skeleton mesh. Because I want to get that other one deleted wherever it's coming from. Health. Just want to look at everything relating to health. Fine. Update widget. Fine. Fine. That's correct. So this is the base enemy, which is derived from actor and actor. Let me just find out something. So let's just ask it now. If I had a widget that let's call it BP okay. Weirdly, so now we've got this health bar widget, right? Okay, so that was all caused by that other one. So what we want to do now is what we want to... Okay, so if I have a widget that I've created, let's call it health. What we this UE5 it will be F to the root increment. So I need one variable which should only exist as a way of being able to select a blueprint class. Like this.
Here comes trouble.
Widget components to display the health bar. Fine. So that's the health bar widget. Widget class reference can be set. So this can be used to set the widget BP. Fine. And then apparently all we do is this. So let's check. Yeah, you're gonna be broken. Sorry, not sorry. And that. No, don't do that. I don't want that. No, never do this. We create the health widget, we set up the attachment, we do that. Set the default widget class. Braxton, hello. Lurkies. Damn, it's off 3 o'clock already. Okay, so we need 3. I'm lurking heavily today. Well, I appreciate all the lurks, so thank you very much. I spend a lot of time lurking in chats and I kind of just sit there. I think I watched most of your stream yesterday, Stevie, but I was just lurking because I was busy with other stuff. It's also fun just to watch what people are, what people are doing, see what people are how people interact with the channel, that kind of stuff. Posture check, hydrate. I just hydrated. Stretch. Posture check. Thank you very much. Oh. Wait, Stevie, since you're here, you have a cat. Where'd she go? Look, it's my cat. You have 2 cats. Hello. She woke up because she wants to snack. Wants to snack. It's like, what are you doing for me? What's her name? Her name is Tanith, or Tan as I often call her. She's let me know that she is now awake from her nap and she wants a snack, so I need to go and give her a snack shortly. Tan, I love her. Aww. Do you have pictures of your cat on the Discord? On your Discord, should I say? Because they sound very cute. I hate this. This is horrible. If you wait a few minutes, I can give you a snack. I know I've shown pictures on stream, but I don't know if I've any posted. Fair enough. The next time you're on stream, I'll bug you. What did I want to do? So this creates it, right? Does this? Is this how we do it? That's the component, that's the class. Then where do we use the class? Oh, you want to do it like that. I'm dubious about that, but we'll see. Oh, it takes so long to start. Where is... Nice song. Thank you. It's part of a playlist that I use called Gaming Playlist, which is, I think, from No Copyright Sound somewhere. What about project? Well, the project is currently it's currently building. So it's a tower defense project in Unreal Engine. Ignore that. You never saw that. Ignore that. You never saw that either. There we go. So it's a tower defense game in Unreal Engine. This is the map that I'm using. Actually, the map is set up just for testing. I'm going to click play, not that I've actually set up the other part, and see does anything work. Okay, so there's the enemies spawning. As you can see, they're not moving in the position that they should be. That's because I forgot to attach something to them, which I'll fix shortly. But yeah, the idea being that you've got, you can place a bunch of towers, so I'll press play in the interim. You've got gun towers, which, oh, I'm detached, of course. Hold on. There we go. Place gun towers down, cannon towers, absolutely massive laser tower, electric tower, and missile tower. I need to change the model for this because we changed it. And at the moment it's a bit buggy, so you can see we have this situation where it looks like the weirdest enemy ever because it's just morphing into itself. That is the loudest hoot I've ever heard. Stat FPS. How bad is this running? 20. I'm not surprised. That's horrifying. I know, right? This is even worse. Look at these errors. I need to fix that, but like one thing at a time. Health widget. Yeah, where's the health widget? Does the health widget? Oh, I never set the health widget to health widget, so the health widget can't health widget. I know what you're thinking. What? In theory, I should have this. I've forgotten what it's called. Widget blueprint health something. This one? Compile? I followed exactly what you're saying. You got to set the health widget to the health widget. Exactly. That's exactly it. Good models. Using nav mesh, making baking. I used the method on Unity before. I don't know which method to use. So I'm actually not using nav mesh. I'm using a spline. So you'll see that when I can find my mouse, because I just almost knocked it off the table. I have all these numbers that are all over the place. And they are basically just points. So if I go under the map, you'll see, and here's my spline line. And I've set the enemies up to follow the spline. I could use a nav mesh, but because, as you can see, the path that they have to follow is very static, it didn't really make sense to have 100 enemies in the world that were all going to follow the exact same path and have to calculate that the whole time. So it was like, just use a static nav mesh to do it. So that's what we did. I want to see if I press play now. Press play. Okay. They spawn, the health bars spawn correctly. I don't know how, to be completely honest. They're just a little off. Actually, why are they so far off? What did I set in the code? 120. No, we're gonna not do that. And actually what we're going to do is we're going to move this into the construction script. Because that way, what should happen is when I click compile, it should just exist. Does it? Does it exist? It doesn't exist. Sad. Please show code where transform enemy. So that's done in this event tick. So what happens is when we call wave start, we get our spline path. We extract the spline. We then loop through some number of enemies. At the moment I'm doing testing, so I just told it spawn 100. So after 1 second, it will then spawn each one of those enemies and add them to an array of enemies. Then what we do is we loop through each one of them. We find their current position. So we get the actors in position, and then we get their position along the spline. So what that does is it goes, the actor is, you know, at point number 2, for example, and what is its like, what percentage, what length along the entire spline path has it finished, has it done? So we get that. And from that we can use another function, which is get the direction, so where it needs to face. If it's at that point, you know, go to the next part. We take that value and we multiply it by, at the moment I'm multiplying it by 10 just to make the move faster, and then we basically just set the new actor's location by taking its old location and adding where it should be going, basically. It's kind of similar to how the input movement works when you press, for example, I've bound AWSD. So when I press W, it's adding movements in a direction. S is moving direction, movements in direction. It's kind of a similar way to how it works underneath it. So yeah, then we just set the axis position and we do that 100 times every tick, which is super inefficient. But at the moment, it's good for testing. Oh, I wanted to build the code. That's why this doesn't work. This might crash. So I've modified Unreal Engine's construction code for my enemy blueprint base. And now I'm about to tell the constructor to rebuild it. Didn't break. So if I set this to, let's say 250, compile, save, press play, start, pause. So they're very off. Oh, that's not helpful. I think you can use the lerp function when translating enemy position between you and alt. You can use a lerp. I am considering still using a lerp at some point, but at the moment I'm not going to do that yet. Because at the moment all I'm trying to do is have... Oh, that's horrible. Have the enemies move, and I will then make it basically better. What's going to happen is it's going to be done in batches as well. Hey cuties. It's you. How are you doing? So Dev, what are you making? Everyone knows turning cog. Turning cog is just everywhere. It was so funny in your stream yesterday, Stevie. I wasn't paying attention to what was going on, and all of a sudden I hear the Marble song, and then you go, Marble song, and I'm like, what? Well, what is happening? What is going on right now? I've actually been following him on YouTube for a while, and he was showing a new version that he made where he no longer has to wind it. No, where he doesn't have to keep the timing. It doesn't matter how fast he spins it or how slow, it keeps the timing now correctly. Crimson, hello, how are you doing? Draw size. $50.50. What does that do? Ooh. That's helpful. It's not what I want. You know, I'm gonna have set this up somewhere, and what would it be? You know, let's open the widget. How big do you reckon that is? So that is 100 because it comes up to there, and that is 20. So if I set this to 20 and 100 is the draw size, do you reckon that's just gonna work? Which way around was it? 120? Play. Start. It works. It works. And it's in the correct position. That's purely accidental. Does it stay? It does. And it always faces the camera because it's a... What is that thing called? It works. This is one of those things that I was super happy with when I implemented it, Stevie, because if you look at it, let me show you. I kind of cheated in the sense that I wanted a nice way of being able to have a bar, have certain lines. Jedem ended up actually, Jedem, I think, Jedem helped me with this. I wanted each one to represent a unit. So blue means that, where is my game design doc? I should know this. Blue has a meaning. Where is it? I made it there. I think how it's set up is 0 to 100 is green. So each segment would mean that it's like 10 health or something. So this would be 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So this would be 50, but this is actually hundreds. So this would mean that this is 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. So you could easily see the distinguishment of how much health it has. Because I wanted a nice way of, if an enemy has more than 1,000 health, you can visually see that. So there's like 3 different sets of colors that we set up for it. Which do I even do in here? Start. Blech. And I'm cheating because I couldn't get it to update nicely. So what I did was I created the individual textures and then just I built the textures with the correct material instance configurations, and then I just load them in when I need them. And then I just put a color over them. It was like one of the first texture things that I did that I got. It worked quite well and I was quite happy with it. Sorry. Random rant about my a thing that I thought about that I made from a design that I actually got into the engine as a texture, and I was like, oh my god. So I'm like, I'm super proud of this thing. It's my pride and joy, even though it's literally just lines with the spacer in the middle from like the parent one, which is just this. Jedem helped me do this. It's super cool, thank you. Nerd. This is the pinstripe. How dare you? Your project is in Godot. I marked a mesh house with an install setting after I wanted to bind the CSG method, which allowed the destructor part of the object with another object. That sounds pretty cool. So are you generating houses? What are you trying to do with your project? I've been hammering away at 3D models all week, making believable detail and practicing good topography. I'll try again tomorrow on words. We're done for the day. It's ad break time. I'm gonna get some more water. I hope you do the same. I'll be right back. I have returned. Sorry, that took longer than expected. The cat was... I walk into the kitchen and the cat's just standing there looking at me like, "It's my treat. It's my treat." I couldn't say no. Came back in the middle of the ads. Last time. The health bar looks like when I make settings in Mount Bars for Windows. If you want, I can pass on this line texture on position. Full length bar divided by the length height times the number of bar width. Yeah, that's exactly what I do actually. For the texture here, that's what we do, is we set how long we want it and then we work out all the parameters for that. I've been theorizing how I'm going to handle having levels in my game, and oh boy, it's going to be complicated. What are you trying to do? And now we wait for Bubbles to take over the stream. One day I'll do that. Bubbles will come back and take over the stream. We'll try use no seam and as texture, which used for grass, for example. Yeah, you could do that as well. What I liked about this way is I was able to set the thickness of the bars so that, because a bar at, if I just take this texture and stretch or scale it, it'll look weird. But by being able to sort of set the gap width, so for example, like this, I had them all roughly the same size. Oh, there isn't an error there. There was just an anti-aliasing error. But anyway, we'll leave that one. I want to learn how to make these sort of things with SDF. What is SDF? Mesh distance fields? No. Dynamic mesh. Sort of with like programming, single distance. Oh, the Material Labs project has some examples of it. I really need to have a better, like an in-depth look at the Material Labs project, because some of my UI looks fine. But I feel like there's a lot that can be done to the UI, so ignore that. That looks really bad. Like this UI is like, the UI I think looks probably what I would say the best at the moment. Same with like select the level, but there's a lot of really nice things I think you can get from the Material Labs UI project that would just make the UI look a bit more alive, because this just feels flat. And yes, that is Temtic in the right hand corner. It's the construction order. It was a way of me knowing which pages I was using that I was still under construction. That's me, it is you. Look, the cute little otter over there. He's doing construction. He's looking at this going, oh no. Oh, good to know. Unreal Engine goes to 3 FPS when it's not actually active. I mean, it makes sense. Why does it always start there? Its only axis is basically, it's already SDF. Oh, right. Only one axis. Inside a real lecture that went with Material Lab project was great for following along. I'll need to have a look at that one, Turning Cog. Thank you for the follow. I have 3 Unreal Engine videos that I'm currently watching at the moment, which is basically extending the editor. And oh, this one didn't save, and this one was interesting. I was setting up a studio. This was cool to see how they handle some of the things at Epic. So as a solo dev, it's probably not the most helpful, but being able to go through and see how they do things. So there's like one of the things they mentioned here. There's a tool that they use for their continuous integration, and they asked the question of, you know, why is this not available to the public? And apparently they thought, oh, we didn't know anyone wanted it. I'm melting from UI. I'm jealous. I'm good at FL style probing, not UI. UI I struggle with. Right, so Crimson, you want to do seamless transitions between areas, like going from the hub to the actual combat level and then back again to the hub without doing any teleportation or load screens. I'll need to be my own very own cell level system. So I'm basically async along up until the level needs to be then level needed, and then align it properly, and then the cell 2 block gets unloaded so that it can go back to the previous. No issues. Have you thought about a transition? So for example, two possible options. Thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. So when I talk about transitions, one thing, Eve Online War. Okay. The elevator trick. So if I disable that, in Eve, when you transition from like one zone to another, you use something called a warp gate, which looks like you're moving through space, but they're just playing sort of a texture thing. The elevator trick, yes, actually, Turning Cog. Now that actually makes sense to my brain. And then when you come out of it, which we should do, yeah. So now like the place is loaded, or you've loaded into where you need to go. And then when they move you to a new world, they do this. And they play this whole thing. So you see there's no background, but they could be loading in the new background for the actual thing. And now it's loaded in and you're just there. So I was actually thinking for your game, would that be possible? Where, for example, you focus on something, or you make the background very black so you can load the stuff in there and the player doesn't see it sort of popping in. Or open the door animation trick that has you focus on the door so you don't see the shit load and unload. Yeah. I want to avoid the elevator trick as much as I can. I want the player to walk through a door portal and it'll be seamless and instant. Fair, okay. Because I know that like World of Warcraft introduced this thing as well, where they had this, seamless transitions between some of the zones. And then I realized what they were doing, which was a similar thing in Eve, where it's the whole elevator thing. You play like an animation or something that looks like you're physically moving there, so the player doesn't realize that actually what you're doing in the background is you're loading in the new world and unloading the old one. Because ultimately that's what a load screen is, right? It's just a way of going, we're destroying all the actors and building them up again in a different way, and we don't want you to see it, so we're just going to make the screen look black or something. There's a lot of these like tricks that they use in games that I find so fascinating. Every time I find them, like, yeah, that is cool. Like, did you see the games that have like an infinite battle loop? What would you call it? I don't know what you call. I don't know. There's a technical term for it. But basically, let's say you're on a train and you're fighting people, but if you don't do anything, the train just keeps going and it looks like this it's going infinitely, but it's just a really big loop. Not The Last of Us. What was the other game that Naughty Dog made before The Last of Us? The Uncharted series had one of those, and they showed how they handled the loading and unloading of segments of the map for that, which was really interesting to see. The most complex part will be loading up the next call and having it properly, followed by needing a level state manager so I can remember states of previous cells to do things so I don't reset when I go back. I guess the downside is having less overall complexity budget because more needs to stay loaded. True. That makes a lot of sense. I need to find that video for you. Just because you might find it interesting to watch. Let's see if I can find it. Uncharted train behind scenes. You work as a 3D modeler or designer? So I work as for my actual job I work as a programmer, but for this game I'm doing the models. So if we open the electric tower, so I modeled this in Blender, painted it in Substance Painter, then brought it in. I have a few others as well, which there. So those are my other towers. So we've got the gun tower, the laser tower, the missile tower, the cannon tower, and the electric tower. You'd think I'd know the names by now. Ah, yes. Thank you, Temptic. The electric emo. If you keep the cell size down, maybe sure active density isn't too high, it should be fine. I plan on having the cells between 100 meters squared and 200 meters squared, so nothing crazy. That should be very achievable. Let me post that there. Let's close that. Is it this video? Yeah, this is the video I was talking to you about. So that's how the Uncharted 2 handles that massive train scene. I'll put this in the chat for everybody. Actually, I'll post it. There we go. So if you want to have a look at it. You made these, they're so cool. I love them. Thank you. I spent a lot of time. I don't know how to show them to you, Stevie. I spent a lot of time. A lot of my streams were me constructing all of these. This one is like, this cannon tower is in Substance Painter. I just need to paint it, and I just need to take the time and sit and actually paint it. It's like, because for the launch of my game, I want to have at least 2 towers. Sorry, the demo of my game, which will be the gun tower and the cannon tower, which neither 2 have been currently painted. So these 2 would be the starting ones. Stevie, that came far too detailed for his player's perspective. You play Runes of War, like a name like this strategy. Laser gun looks a lot like it. When do you plan to upload to Steam? I don't care, I love them. Steam's a good question. So Stevie and I have sort of a mutual agreement that by the end of the year, both of us have to have our Steam pages ready. So in theory, I've got less than 3 months. And yeah. yeah, that's not stressful at all. They will catch the light of the shadows. Will add a lot. I'm not stressed. I don't know about you, but I'm not stressed. It's fine, Stevie, because the game doesn't have to be playable. Remember, someone in your chat said you can just fake like parts of the game just for like videos and screenshots and all that kind of stuff, and then add it. I'm not stressed. Neither am I. It's like a great mutual, what do you call it? Agreement that we both have to keep each other accountable for this. And it's like, I'm looking now and I didn't realize that it's the 13th of September. And I'm like, in my head, I've still got like 8 months till the end of the year. And I'm like, no, wait, what? I'm not stressed, you're stressed. You know what's funny? What? Your game will be out before the end of the year, Temtech? It'll be released. I'm building a full geometry car radiator, so I can't really be judgmental about mesh details. Exactly, Turning Card, exactly. Just because the missile tower that's not finished is over 1 million polygons doesn't, you know, nothing to talk about. My target for Steam page also in it. Yeah, Temtic. The more people we have, the better. 3 of us, so now it's a 3-way pact that we all have to have our game on our Steam pages ready by the end of the year. So that was a very long way of saying by the end of the year. It's funny because the only one that is the closest to being like showable, as I would call it for lack of better English phrasing, is this one. Because its electric arc stuff actually works. It technically, all it really needs at the moment is an animation, and it's kind of like ready to go, but I might not even put the animation in for the end of the year for that video. And I'm supposed to be doing a devlog, which I've written the devlog. I just need to record it and edit it. So I have a lot on my plate that I need to sit down and actually get going. Just dev, no log. But how am I supposed to keep track of what I've done? Like, how will we know that I put this over here? How do we know it wasn't someone else? And I've gotten so derailed, I don't know what I'm doing. Hey bro, what you doing? I'm making a tower defense game in Unreal Engine. And I break my enemies so they don't move. So I guess we can fix that. So if I press start, you'll see that we create this mess, this like alien-like mess. Look at that. It's the most terrifying thing I've seen. What are the odds that it's a super simple fix? Let's see. If we click this, it completely breaks, right? So accessing none, trying to read property of this. Okay, fine. So let's go and find out why. Why are you accessing none? Who is none? Where is the none? Oh. This is awkward. Do I know how to do sculpting? Sculpting? No, not really. I can do modeling, but I can't do sculpting. So I can make these, but I have no idea how to sculpt. I have no plan for getting content for the Steam page yet. My roadmap has been designed around delaying content. I'm going to try have a serious assessment of what will be needed when the end of September comes. That's a good plan, a very good plan. Sculpting is a whole ass different animal. Sculpting terrifies me. I tried sculpting once and I know I did it wrong because I crashed Blender. I made too many polygons basically. Riley, hello. Also, thank you for the look. I don't have quality internet connection. Because of this, I make devlogs, but I stay stream more efficient. Stream can be more efficient, yeah. So you do devlogs for your game then? I'll have to check that out. Can you make a character model? I've never tried, let's put it that way. I mean, I could learn it. So how is this for the funniest bug you've ever seen? Why are none of my characters moving? Because I'm never actually adding them to the thing, to the array. Oh, because I changed the type. Okay, never mind. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. BP enemy. Class reference. Change type. If you can limit cell size, that's pretty reasonable idea. Oh wait, what did I miss? All right, you mentioned that already. But I guess it's still something to consider that by loading and unloading does reduce overall total load, but also dynamic loading, unloading may reduce overall FPS or frame time. Not sure if enough to be an issue. It depends also how much you're loading. So we can delete that. We can go get that. Okay, fine. We can't do that. Let's click add. Yes. We go there. We go there. We delete that. We delete that. We go there. So now blueprint node should work. Should. Then this never works because we had the wrong one. So can I do that? No. For each loop. That will be the target. That will be that target. Let's do the grabber and do that. Do the grab and do that. Delete that. Put that in there. Delete that. Earlier when I said, you know, I wonder if it's going to be something simple, and it turns out it's because it changed the type and I forgot that I changed the type, which means that invalidated it. But Unreal didn't, you know, Unreal's like, ah, it's fine. And just like that, they run and they work again. Which is big success. They're moving too fast for my liking. And funny enough, if I click pause, they need to be added to the decal list because look, I painted his toes. Look at that. Ignore the on-screen thing, but his toes are getting painted. He's walking on the freshly painted decals. Whoopsie. Got his nails done. There was a way of doing that. I can't remember what it was, but I'll figure that out. So that I need to fix. Fine. So we got the movement working. We got the health bar working. They have a collision, but we're not actually hitting them because the towers don't know about their type or something. So I'll look at that. And there was something else I need to do. I found out they used to have glass batteries. So I've been working on something that will get me yelled at by Adara. What? Wait, cars had glass car batteries. Yeah, I'm just thinking that sounds horrible considering that they have to go through massive temperature changes quite often. They're like Pyrex. That does sound so bad. Driving down the highway, you hit a pothole or something, the car just jerks and all of a sudden you crack your battery and you drip hydrochloric acid or battery acid everywhere. Produce gas. One thing I can do to help with that is having a spawner and similar things only activate when the player's in range. Good point. So limit the amount of things that need to be loaded and actually unloaded. What's also quite effective is if you turn off tick for things that you don't need. It was used for scientific instruments, but it looked cool, so that because it's a video game that is legendary. Actually, what did that look like? Sneaver, did you just wait for me to take a sip and then go, got him? Thank you for the hydrate, the stretch, ow, and the posture check. Actually, my posture's moderately fine. Because it's the second time this stream that you've done that, where it's like, I take a sip, and then you're like, hydrate! And I'm like, no, what? Okay, I need to commit, because I've actually got this branch in a good... Oh, that's terrifying. It should never look like that. Actually, wait, before we commit, let's clean up this. So delete all of that. This we're going to move to the bottom. Like that. This we don't need. This we don't need. So we can figure all that. Great. That's fine. So what have I actually changed? By the way, cell level setter is what most roguelikes like to do. I need to look at that. Okay, so far we have got a whole bunch of blueprints that have updated because we changed their parent base class. So actually, all of what these have done is Unreal's gone through their constructors and gone, yo, let's delete everything that was in here. Fine. Test actor, I have no idea what we changed. That got changed. The electric tower got changed. I didn't do anything, but sure. Test map got changed. And then for some reason, I still have this. The starter content archive floor 400 by 400 asset for some reason changes every single time I start Unreal Engine. Now return to coding after a week. Forgot all the code meaning. It's funny how that happens. You can spend all your time coding and you just stop for a week and it's like, oh, what is this? It's hieroglyphics. And here's where all the changes happened. That was a decent sized change. Okay, so let's commit this. What did I even do? Change enemy base class. Add a collision box. Remove Fix health widget. What else did we do? Yeah, a collision box, fix the health widget. And refactor refactor code and do something. Fantastic. Good. Okay, so that's now on a branch, which is good. So next is to figure out why the enemies aren't actually being attacked by my towers. Which could be for a number of reasons. My guess is that their collision channel that we're checking for in the actor is the attack for my towers is wrong. Because odds are I have a custom channel that I set up and then proceeded to forget about. Is it in here? Star collision showed that. Visibility. Because you can set up presets for collision, but can I remember where it is? Is it under editor? It can't be under editor, right? No, can't be there. It has to be under project settings. There's probably a thing called collision. There's collision. Okay. Tower plot, detect, tower detection sphere. Nor and tower. We've got the landscape. Okay, good. So now what we need to do is find where the... Not that. P... Why can't I search? Below? Whoops, Rider's just super laggy. Okay, there we go. Rider might need a restart. How much RAM is Rider using? Because it says that Unreal's using 11.84, which means that Rider's probably using a ton more. Something is lagging. Rider's 2.6 and JetBrain's background is using 4.8. So almost 7. About 5, 6.5. So let's have a look. If we have a look in my game, where's the tower? Where are the towers defined? Tower base. We've got a rotator, tower axis EBP. Detection sphere. So set collision profile name tower detection sphere. So I'm guessing that we need, I have no idea if this is correct. If I go and I add this, what is the, is it Alt J? Alt, that one. So that's front on. And let's turn on, I want not lit, I want wireframe. So let's take the collision box and we're gonna make it, wait, reset, radius, that makes it bigger. Where's half height? Do we have a half height? No, because it's not one of those. But we can unlock it and then change the Z again. Yeah, yeah. Weird. Coffee number 2 acquired. The day can finally start over here. I was so confused in your stream last week when I misheard you. That what was it, 65 ounces? And I'm like, how are you drinking coffees at 2 liters? Like, no wonder you don't have more than 2 a day. Like, I struggle to drink 2 liters of water a day, and you're drinking 4 liters of coffee a day. 65 ounces of coffee, yes, no problem. It was really funny. I was so confused. I was like, damn. I immediately understood why you weren't having more than 2 per day, so that's good. I might have to change this collision capsule thing to be, you know, a different one. But that should be about wide enough. So let's see. So we've got that 75 line. You can change the line thickness. Yes. This just gives me nightmares. Never want to see that again. Okay. Now I've forgotten what I was doing. Oh, we wanted to check what collision it's allowed to have. Aha! There we go. So if I go custom, tower plot, no. Overlap. I go compile, save. There's no ways this is going to work. That. Laser. Nope. Let's just sell that. Which is a good one. Gun. Cannon. Laser. Anyone? Below. Okay, pause. Stop. I want just one. Just one guy. Where's the maximum? I mean, I know it's... Oh, spawn car. Just one. Just one. That's it. And can we, like, reduce the speed? Let's go with 111. Okay, now let's go and debug. So let's test actor. Just don't want that. Wait, overlap? Don't I need block? I can never remember the difference between these. Power detection sphere. Okay. Now, where's the code that does this? Set up on end. Because as they come in... Huh. Does this work? Start. We're so slow now. I'm out. I want this one. There's the collision. If I open that tile, BP electric. Let's have a look. You. Where is your code that handles... Wow, that is a lot of stuff. That is just too much stuff. I love my comments to myself. Infinite loop. Okay, great. Handle electric arcs, which we should just not be doing anymore. Event tick. This needs some object pooling. Let's add a comment. Use object pooling. Actually, doesn't Niagara have built-in object pooling? Oh, also, we don't need this enemy waypoint system. Should be able to, on my enemy actor, remove that. Waypoint. Oh. Waypoint. Where are you set? Is it in the class settings? Class default? It's probably in class settings, isn't it? No interfaces. We'll just delete it and see what happens. Ah, and we want overlap, not block. Okay, I actually don't know the difference between those two. Now I do. Wait, does this have collision built-in? It does. Interesting. So do we want a collision sphere? No, because we want it to be less complicated. So, for this one, we want that. We don't want block. That should generate our on-hit overlap. So let's go with this. And let's debug it. So, other actor, get actor. Short name. No, get actor. What do you want to get? Name? No. Let's get the display name. And let's use our super secret print debug to take that and go into name into there. Actually, not that one, but that. And see what does that generate. So if I press play, I press start, and I go electric tower, and I put that there, it should overlap about now. It's not doing. Could this be? No, Braxton. Let's check this. Start. Electric. Not that. Wait. I press play, and I put down, I need to change the model of this one, and I press F8 and I select it. Why do you have collision? You don't need a collision mesh. I want to see if find current target. I want to see the array of targets. I hate debugging collision on Unreal Engine. Let's try that. Then I want to go here. Enemies. Enemies in range is that. It's called that. Target enemies is in here. Does it not show if it's blank? Enemy category. What do you mean there's no enemy category? Of course there's an enemy category. General route. Tags. Gun tower. Laser stats. Rendering collision. Is a detection sphere. There was a way of enabling the debug for the detection sphere, if I remember correctly, when we did this originally. Detection sphere dash debug enable show. Would the primitive be shown with the render flags? What detection sphere? Set collision profile channel name. Yes. Let's see if I press start, if it ever hits. It does not. Oh look, wait, debug. We have all this stuff that debugs, which... Let's try something. If I go back to Unreal Engine and press stop, we open the electric tower because we're going to use that for testing. We go to the viewport, we've got a detection sphere, which is apparently the size of nothing. And if we go on component begin overlap over here, then we'll go overlap component. Wait, overlap component, that's itself. Display name. We'll press F9 to see if this even hits anything. One of them is not generating a hit. So which one is it? Weirdly, increasing the speed doesn't increase its... Increasing game speed doesn't increase its speed. It only increases the animation speed, which is really weird. I want to try something. I don't know where to do this. Because it might help. BP player. Who's the default? Okay, I have no idea how to do this. So when you can't find what your default pawn is, there's like a few ways of doing this. One is you go to the world settings. We don't have a game override, so then we go to the project settings. And if we go to maps and modes, we'll see that the player controller class is BPPC. And the default pawn class is BP player pawn. So let's try this one and see what we have. So we've got begin play, which is placement mode. Fine. We've got left click, which enters placement mode. So I'm gonna do this. So if I press the L key, that one there, get draw debug, no, draw. How am I doing this for? Is the way I'm doing this. There's like, as I move the mouse, I'm basically doing line trace for objects. That's what I want. Convert that. Actually, we want exactly this. Like exactly all of that. Control V. So we want to do that. And let's see what we get out of this. So draw the top, fine, draw comp, draw debug. Persistent or duration. Let's go with persistent. Yes. Make array. Object type. Tower detection sphere. I feel like this is wrong. Object types. Why am I ahead? The current value for object type is invalid. Pawn. Let's try pawn. It's not a pawn. Like that and see what happens. So press play, start. You never put a actual pause on what you expect to happen when you do this. So what are you wanting? L. Okay, that kind of helps, funny enough. So that means that tower detection sphere, whatever I've set it to, doesn't check what I think it does. So let's go with world dynamic. So that should mean anything that moves in the world. Start. So L, what do we get? What do we hit here? So we hit an actor. What is the hit actor? It's a blocking hit. It's an unknown class. That's not helpful. Let's press stop. Get actor, get name. To help you visualize my planned cell level setup, I would like I want it to be like a rolling tape of film, which you cut and restitch as you go along. Oh, right. Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you. I like that one. I like that representation of it. Okay, display it. Sale, it's 3:30 AM. I blame you for this. Why? Why me? I'm just debugging collisions. I take no responsibility, gentlemen. What are you working on? Or are you just chilling? I mean, if you're chilling, then I take full responsibility that you're just sitting there and you're just chilling. What do we get? Okay, there we get the enemy. There we get the floor. Bam, 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 bam. Because I blame myself, it'll be my fault. Okay, I get it. I take full responsibility. I apologize, Jedem, for this situation that you are now in because of me. Oh, never mind, Skittles is here, it's his fault. Sorry, Skittles, I tried. it's always forget that when you draw debug spheres in Unreal Engine, you're always at the exact perspective part. So if I do this, for example, and I go like this, you don't see the line that it drew. You just see the end because it's from your perspective. And then when you like move, and you're like, oh, there they all are. Thanks for taking one for the team, Skittles. I appreciate it. Wait, how have you been streaming for 4 hours? What? What? I don't want to stop. So what we've learned from this is I don't understand collision. So then if I come down to this, generate overlap events, correct. Profile, yes. So as far as I understood how this worked is if I had a custom response channel and I set it to tower detection sphere, then I'd expect that if something else is looking at that channel, it would also return it, but apparently that's not the case. Collision. What do you do? Collision profile name. This function is called by constructors when they set the profile name. This will be change the current collision profile name to this and override the collision settings. Wait, profile name? Does that mean this? Oh. Yeah, that's not going to work how I think it's going to work. So it's looking for a pawn, but this is an actor, not a pawn. So that's not what I want. Because what I want is I want a comment, so let's start with that. I want a collision channel. I think this is what I want. Collision channel that only the enemies have. And we have ads, so I'll be right back. I've returned. Hello, Boom. How are you? Boom, if you're still here, do you know about collisions in Unreal Engine and profiles? Welcome back, thank you. So this is what well, I haven't touched this collision system in like a year and a half, so I have no idea how it actually works now. But this is what I want, is basically to have one collision system, or a channel as far as I think is what it's called. So channel responses, so it blocks everything, collision profiles. Do you know how many channels we are limited to? No, I do not actually. Because what I think I need to do, and I might be wrong, is that I set up like a profile or something. Z Positive, thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. What I think we do is we set up a channel or a preset, and we add a new collision response, and we, for example, have one called enemies, right? And we set that everything is ignored except for enemies. Doing well, thank you. Hope you're the same. I am, thank you very much. Doing quite well. Got some good progress today. We're doing a refactor of the enemies system. So the way I think I understand is we have a collision response. We set a new field here for only enemies. Then in our C++ code, we say that when we select the set collision profile name, we set it to the one where we only have that channel, so that when this is doing its check, it's only checking against that one row, should I say. I think that's how this works, which means that the tower detection sphere one is wrong because it's only checking pawn, which is why it's not working, because the enemies are now no longer a character, or they're no longer a character, because a character is both a pawn. Yeah, a character is, and character inherits from pawn. So pawn does pawn and character. Never thought I'd say that so many times in a sentence. So tower detection sphere is a preset. What? Boom. Does it work that way? Do you make a collision in pawnception? Exactly. If I want to have my towers only hit enemies, do I make a profile name, a preset, and only have and add like another field that only matches that one, which is done in project settings? I'm sure there's a collision field. There is detection field. Default responses ignore. Presets. Detection sphere. So ignore, but wouldn't we want that on? Then click accept. So then if I understand this correctly, what this means is whoever has this profile will only check for that. Is that correct? So now so this one only responds to the overlap if it is tower detection sphere. So then if I go into my player controller and I set this to detection sphere and I compile and I set it and I press play and we press start and I press L, it finds it, but it should not find it for anything else, which means that the electric tower should crash. Yes, exactly, Unreal. The electric tower should crash. Oh no, technically it didn't crash. It's because I have this on. And I changed the code. Oops. Aha! Look! It hit! Using profiles just makes it easier to make everything the same.
This is the future.
What do you mean by that, Boom? Do you mean that, like, you can just say everything that is an enemy or anything under this preset, and you just assign a whole bunch of things that preset, and then you're only checking against this preset for what you want?
Evolution.
I think I get that. Which means that this should now attack. Right? It works. It attacks. It works. All towers use the same collision preset. All enemies use the other preset. Huh? What do you mean? What I've done, turning cog, maybe then it's wrong, is all enemies use the tower detection sphere preset, which means that they ignore everything, but they only overlap on the tower detection sphere check, right? Then in the C++ code, the actor detection sphere only detects on the profile for detect sphere. It probably named really badly, and I should actually keep it named like that, but rename the other part. And that seems to work. All tower types use the same collision, all enemies use other presets. So the towers are basically looking for the collision preset that matches this now, which is this. So now if I press play, start, the gun tower should work, this should work, we're not putting that one, that should work, and that should work. That's shooting, they're working. So it's working. They're not taking any damage though. Whoa! What is this collision profile? I'm sorry. What? That's illegal. That should be illegal, Boom. Yes. How high is this? The Tower of Doom right there. Like, what did we learn today? That every now and then you need to play your game and enable collisions just to see what's happening. Because for some reason, this one chose violence and decided that a tower that technically needs 0 collision will have a collision height of just yes. I will figure out. Wait. I have to see something. Unreal Engine. Can you print the current location of the viewport camera? There's a moving health bar in the distance. The moving health bar is because it's drawing it to the default, to where the player would be seeing it, so it's correct to the player's perspective, but I ejected from the player and I have my own camera, but it's still drawing it and updating it, so it's moving. Is there a the question was collision. The answer was hell yes. Display all space player controller location There's no ways that worked.
The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of.
Where's the debug camera? How could you tell colliders let the collider get that tall? You see, Skittles, what I did is I kept like building it and building it and building it and building it, and apparently I just let it get a bit out of hand. Oh, I know how we can check our height is. Let's just take this. Can I move stuff? There. Unreal really doesn't like that. Wow, details. Let's go with... Like, I want to see how tall this is. Man, this goes on forever. Let's try 100,000. 1, 2, 3. It's higher than 100,000. $115,000. Actually, 128. There. Actually, it could be. Does it go all the way through the floor? No. Okay, so I guess what we're going to do is we're going to open up the gun tower. And I wonder, I can never see anything in here. It doesn't know what to show me. Proxy spawn mesh. Eh? This one? This one? Let's go with... That's the complex collision. We don't care about that. We want the simple collision. What is wrong with the simple collision? Remove collision. Why? There's something very wrong with this. You know what it probably is? When I imported this mesh, I left something very, very far away. That's all the way up there. That's invisible. Yes, look. That's kind of hysterical. Okay, what is the easiest way of fixing this? There's a bit of a mesh. That's hysterical. Where is this? Let's add you here. Pick you up. Go. absolutely the worst thing in the world to go to. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to go to modeling tool, and we are going to slice it in half. Oh, we're going to cut it in more than just half. Model, plane cut. Well, I don't know, like 100. Let's start with that. Okay, it was a bit much. Alt G H. Where did I put it? J K. Thank you very much for the follow. Watching me make the weirdest mistake. Come on. Come on. Go down. Unreal, please, please. Accept. Save. Makes me think of IKEA furniture when you forget a part. Go for it. Finished putting car back together and there was a few leftover bolts. Wait, did that not actually save it as a new one? Is there apply? It's G. Save that. That's hysterical. Go to the asset. But I'm not sure if it actually saved it. Show collision. Not visibility collision. Oops. Show simple collision. There we go. So let's go collision, remove collision, collision, add box collision. There we go. That's good enough. Save. I'll remember to fix that when I actually get this one imported. That's so funny though. And the thing is, that was a cylinder, so for some reason I must have been like really far away for something and then drew it using the what tool is it? The hard ops tool that I use, and whoops, that's so funny. Okay, delete that now. Save, press play. Make a note of it if you don't forget, Silo. You know what, let's go and check. Just in case, let's open my Blender folder. That was the gun tower, right? Let's open it. I'll see if it's even the correct one, because I don't even know if it is the correct one. How do we even find it? Is there a way to, in Blender, to actually select something that is possibly in this section that you don't know about? But if I go out of this and I select all, select all, yeah. Because maybe it is deleted. The origin point is... I don't see anything. I don't think it's there anymore. Go view in panel. Oh, go view here. End panel is on the right. Press N twice with tip end at a 0. What do you mean? Oh, you mean like this? At the start? Oh, that's start. You mean end. Should we add 200 because it was at like 140? Because if we select all, I'm not seeing anything. Sada has the best turrets. You're very kind, Boom. Extra turret. Unhide everything though. Wow. Wait a minute. Did you see that? There it is. Where is it? There it is. So this was at almost a kilometer away. Is it parented? It's apparently under turret 1, whatever that is. Whoops. Let's delete that. Okay. What is the key to get back as a delete? There we go. And look at all the random stuff that I've made while building this tower. Like, what is this? Look, there's another random one over here. random things all over the place. I've got stuff over there. I have a ring over here. What is that? Oh, ignore that. But yeah, this is something else. Okay, we can delete that, or we can remove that. We can hide that. We can hide that, that, and that. Because it's the... I'll go into edit mode. It's harder. It's box cutter, that's why. Because if I press... I used to do this a lot. And then forget that, you know, I was far away or something. Ah, stop doing that. 2XP Games, hello, how are you doing? Let's go to GitHub and commit that. Yes, I use Stevie. I use Blender. I use GitHub for like everything. So even my towers were built in Blender. I mean, not Blender, GitHub. So that if I ever made a change that I didn't want, I could just go back and undo it. Fix my little what was it? Issue. Just programming things. I even have my recipes in my GitHub because then I can access them from my phone. Thank you to everyone for the hydrate, the stretch, and the posture check. By the way, try not make clip start end range too high. You will get Z fighting. Oh, so I should actually change that back to... What was the standard? It was 100 and then remove a 0. Was that still too high? Started getting easily distracted, causing cylinders to appear at a 1 kilometer in the sky. Because collisions never cause performance issues. Exactly. I want to actually go see. So if I open this one. Oh, it was like 1,000. Whoops, okay. Save that. Close that. Save, clipping, clip, start. And for gun turrets. So now that the towers are actually taking damage again, well no, the towers should not be taking damage. Now the enemies, the towers are able to attack the enemies, we can now start looking at why the enemies don't take damage. Or maybe they do take damage, but they're taking such a small amount that I don't notice. So start, let's just add, is it B? Yeah, B is the... If I press that, I select you. Do I see your health anywhere? Why did you all stop attacking? Eh? Excuse me? Did you guys just attack once now? And you're like, ah, that's enough. Probably still a bit high. Usually more than 6 digits of range and you start getting Z fighting. I didn't know that. Okay, so now there's another problem, which is they don't actually... No, I want to select you. Why is the health not... Draw size, fine. What is the actual health value? So... That does that, so the enemy thing... Oh, I need to actually... Save all. Let's restart the engine. Start the enemy attack timer. Attack enemy. All enemies in thing. If there's a valid enemy, attack target. On attack enemy, attack target. What does this do? It's a virtual void, so it's implemented on the thing. Okay. The attack then takes place in the actual blueprint now. Let's put a breakpoint there and check if this is actually going to work. I forgot to start the editor, whoops. Is there a memory leak? Because it's saying that Unreal Engine is currently using 9.3 gigs of RAM. Oh no, it just didn't close it properly. Phew, that was scary. Yeah, it is cleaning itself up properly fine. Good job, Unreal. In Blender, the viewport depth precision is based on the range. The more digits the start end, the less precision of depth when drawing, say, two planes 1 centimeter, 1 millimeter apart. Right, okay. So what numbers do you recommend to use then? This we can close. This is reset. I have no idea what that means. Where's my cannon tower? BP cannon. Let's just use a less complex clock. This does literally nothing. This does tick. Reset and hide, run animations. I must say, I'm very unhappy with how I've set this one up. Like, I'm going to definitely redo this one. Yeah, this entire thing is just going to be deleted. On component begin overlap. Okay, we can delete that now. We can delete whatever that is. Oh, the parent class is electric blueprint. Okay, so I forgot I made a bunch of... You should be set to this. So electric has its own, laser has its own, and missile has its own. Fine. So we attack. What happens when we press this? Tell me your secrets. What do you do? What did Pathsider think was a good idea? You have the same thing in Unreal Engine. It's why games which do things with height a lot, like sea or space games. It said scale everything to be super small, so the world seems bigger while the actual distances between things is smaller to keep things precise. I actually never thought about doing that. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Because one of the things that I do want to do at some point is make a space game. I'm very keen to possibly do that as my next project. I haven't given it much thought yet as to what I'll do, but it would. I want to do something space themed. It's like relative, so if you have 8 digits of range, it will start getting float errors when planes are 1 centimeter or more away. If you only have 6 digits of range, you don't get Z fighting, unlike 0.1 millimeters away. It's a known problem, and that's the standard solution for it. Fair enough. Because I know games where you use the entire world, they do, they have to use double float precision numbers. They literally do with how Unreal Engine handles numbers, so there's no way to really do it. Take damage. This is what I want. So let's turn collision show lit. That's fine. Collision off. So we're going to put a, you know what, let's put a gun tower down. On enemy leave range. Why is that? That should not other actor. You are set up wrong. Okay, so that lags, funny enough, because it's doing a whole bunch of collision checks with itself. Okay, so now we're going to attack the enemy. In placement mode, false, so we don't have to return. Target is BP enemy base 1, fine. So then find the enemy in range that is not dead. Oh right, it was because we've already done that. Yes, we did that there. So now we're attacking. So we create a damage event. And we said the target enemy is equal to this one. So then we attack the target. So we go into this, which is for the gun tower. Which you should be on because you're there. World. Use scene projection locator. So we spawn a projector. We get the world and we have the projector. We pass that all in. Fine. But most of this is all fluff and I don't actually care about it. Still fluff. Still fluff. We reset the system after we fired. Actually, this shouldn't be using projectiles. That's a change I need to do. And that's a change that I need to make. Let's add that to my to-do list because otherwise I'm not going to remember. Because I only remember when I'm sitting debugging this class. So if we go back to our list of things to do. That's UI. What's the shortcut for this V? I have many questions. I had a whole... Oh, there it is. Gun tower. needs to not use projectiles. No need. With Blender, usually I just shift range to what I need. If I'm making something like a landscape height map, I set both higher so I can have a clip start at 0.1 and a clip at like 100,000. If I'm making a large building, I go 0.1 to 10,000. If I'm working on a character, I use 0.1 to 1,000. Right, okay. So it's sort of the levels of detail then. Oh, that's the other system that I wanted to implement, was this whole crit system. I was so keen on implementing that, I never got around to doing it. Okay, so that is... we do all of that. It's the projectile that does the hit. Right. So it's like one of the towers that I don't want to actually deal with. So we spawn a projectile, which is this. Which we should still see there, there, there. So it is attacking. Can't see the log. Can I see the log in here? Okay, so if I go back to the debugger, this tower is actually attacking, still attacking. Okay, so then it leaves the range fine. If I go... oh, right, because we changed that other part, so I can't see it anymore. But I should be able to, if I go F8, if I go to the log, we should see... we see that, fine, but is the enemy taking damage? So, enemy, base... no. Right, okay, so this must have something else to do with collision. Why are my actors not taking collision damage? It kind of makes sense that it's not getting hit. But that would mean... okay, let's have a look at the collision class then. Well, not the collision class, but let's have a look at the... let's do the cannon, because it's just simpler. This should have a projectile class. There we go, splash projectile. This one. And so original. I just love my naming. Basically, if you add a 0 to the clip end and remove one from the start. Oh, so you just shift it. Actually, yeah, that makes sense. That is pretty cool. Ow. Okay, so that is pretty neat. I like this. Mozart? Hello, how are you doing? Okay, so we've got a detection sphere. The detection sphere is probably set wrong. That's why, look. It's set to use pawn overlap, where it should be using the same one as the tower actor, which is set collision profile name, tower detection sphere. Set collision profile name, pawn overlap. Save. I'm good at you. I'm pretty good. I think I just solved a bug, so I am very good actually. And we can You already have a Steam page for your game? No. So the plan is to have by the end of the year, to have a Steam page for the game. But I can show you some things while it launches. So this is the master plan for the game. We have 4 towers in the game. There will be 4 towers. They're in a process of being modeled. Gun, laser, missile, cannon, electric. And we're planning on having 2 levels. Actually, we just added just 3 demo levels, question mark. I haven't quite committed to that, so I'll just put that there. But essentially, what I want to have is about 12 levels in total, where you unlock different towers as you progress, so you don't start off with like all the towers. If you want to have a look more about it, if you go to my YouTube, I recently submitted or recently released a video that kind of shows you how the game journey has progressed. So we go over, it shows like different pieces of all the different things are constructed. It's for the game name release, but it actually gives a good insight into like what parts of the game look like. So for example, we've got this is the first level we've made, which is looking pretty good so far. So yeah, I'll put that there for you if you want to check it out. But anyway, how are you doing? What have you been up to? Are you making a game? Has Unreal finished loading? Yes, it has. Moment of truth. Collision profile settings do not include an entry for the water body collision profile, which is required for water collision function. I don't want water collision. So start. Let's go with the cannon tower. Play. So this should now do damage. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is hitting. It is exploding. Enemies. So that's correct, but it's not taking damage. Where is... So let's go back to the projectile CPP file, and we can have a look. On component begin overlap. This. To do add object to let me just rebuild quickly. Okay, so we've got that's been recompiled. Let's see, what are we hitting? We press play, we put a cannon tower down, press start. He should walk in, which he does. Eh? How can the projectile be overlapping already? What is the other active thing? It's colliding with the tower? Okay. And now? BP enemy? How have you hit the enemy already? Cannon tower, fair. DP enemy. Okay, so other actor is equal to the splash projectile collided with the splash projectile. What am I doing here? So you've got no collisions, then why are you colliding with yourself? Makes no sense. Other component is the detection sphere. Oh, wait a minute, hold on, let's read this. Other actor. That's an attack struct. There is so much wrong with this class. Stop. This class doesn't make sense. Looks very broken. Many questions to be asked. Okay, let's ignore you then, and let's go to the electric tower. And let's press play. Electric, because if I can just get one working today, I'll be quite happy. Come, overlap. There we go. Attack. Enemy, that's correct. Handle electric jump. This is a blueprint function, a blueprint implementable. Where are we actually applying the damage though? Target, yes. Oh, super attack target. We're applying the damage there. That's the current target is equal to the target. Add damage. So the add damage function is actually purely statistical. Here's the apply any damage. Here we go. So tower info, that damage attack is 25. Damage type static. So if I go back to my enemy class, take damage. The damage actor is that one, which is correct. We do that. Instigator is this. So we go into that. So look. And then amount of damage, 25. Fine. Enemy health. is dead. No. Okay, so damage applied. Vent. I don't know what that does, but whatever. Okay, so enemy health is 125. Damage applied is 25, so this should now be equal to 100, which is correct. Then enemy health is, if it's less than 100, no, that's wrong. So that's correct. So then we need to go and actually update the health widget. So we go into the health widget. We see that the health bar is null, so we don't do anything, which is weird because we know we've seen it. Okay, so they might actually be taking damage. Oh, you know what might be happening? Earlier when we saw all the towers stop attacking, they'd killed the target, but the target doesn't know that once it's killed, it needs to stop moving. So we need to do two things. We need to, one, tell it that when it's dead, it needs to, yo, stop. Hey, all farmers, stop. We have ads. I'll be right back and get some more guys. I've returned. How long left on the ads? 25 seconds, right. Weird that I have a health bar component. Am I not setting it? So, we know it exists. Oh, the health bar widget class is a null pointer here. So this is the one that's actually displayed. Then surely what we actually do is we go this, right? We delete that. because this obviously never runs, so let's just delete that. And then we go get user object that, and we set that. I wonder if that's the solution. I feel like it is. Nice. So let's have a look at that code. So we've got a health bar widget. Great. We go and we check. Aha, so that doesn't work. So we can't get user widget thing. Can't we? Can we not do... Oh, can we not go like this? So Kilos, hello, how are you doing? I did have a look at that code you posted the other day, but I didn't actually manage to figure out anything useful, so which is why I didn't actually say anything. I'm not sure if you've made more progress. Thinking around with build stuff. Ooh, exciting. You got it sorted out anyway. Nice. Now I just have to figure out how to actually use the calls to make things happen. Fair enough. It looks quite exciting though. It is. That's good. Makes doing the work a lot easier, which is always good. Which is always good to see. This is the furthest I've gotten into a Windows system project. Nice. You'll learn a lot from it.
Find me in the corner of the room.
Health bar widget. Does that... It's null. Okay, so that doesn't work. So that's not the correct way of getting this. So then health bar widget dash get base, get actual, like, what is this? Because we know that it's It's a U mesh component because it gets constructed, but it's actually... Wait a minute, I'm confused. It's a U widget component, which is this, which says health bar widget. And if I go into my code and I just press continue, and we press stop, and we go to the enemy base, what is... That's a collision. That's the health bar widget. And that's the widget class. So do I call... Is it not just a matter of this dash get widget class? Control C and then go Control Z, and we do that, because that should now give me the underlying class for it, right? I find the common thing obnoxious, but I kind of get why they do it. And it's kind of neat how they have a query interface function that you can call from any interface to get the pointer to another. Yeah. But it's still a pain in the ass to deal with. Fair enough. Is it gone? The thing that really annoys me is that people don't want to get involved even if they understand it. They're just holding on to the knowledge. The common response is, oh, you're doing comm stuff, good luck, lol. Oh, I need to actually close down the engine instead of like force crashing it every time, so that it saves the state of everything. So we do that, Does this now have a thing? It should, right? Why not? Enemy health bar widget is this. What you working on today? Today I did a bunch of different things. We got the enemies walking in, well, the enemies now walk in a straight line. Well, they don't walk in a straight line, they curve when they get to the end. Towers can technically attack the enemies. It's just, I need to actually delete this tower from existence. So the towers now attack the enemies. And that's all working, which is somewhat good. There's a bit of problems in a few other places, but the towers can now actually attack the enemies again. The health bar isn't updating, which is what I'm currently trying to solve. But I might leave that for another day because it's already been 5 hours. So towers detect enemies, towers can attack enemies. So it's been some good progress. 5 hours is a long stream. Yes, it is. 5 hours is a very long stream. So we actually should raid out because I think I'm going to leave this for a bit. I've been lurking for a while, but I've been chatting with other people. Fair enough. Well, thank you for lurking. I appreciate it. Who should we raid today? Who is live? I'll probably have another look at this after dinner because I kind of want to get the widget thing working. And then tomorrow I'll work on killing the enemies properly. And then once I've got the killing of the enemies working, I can work on object pooling, which I'm super excited for.
Or to make a trailer, we would show.
Okay. So, who to raid? Just convo. Temtech! Have we raided Kong before? I feel like we have. Do you want nerds? Nerds is also live. I don't remember the last time I raided the nerds. Let's raid the nerds. Fine. It's all Temtic's fault though. Too late. It's too late, Temtic. Always Temtic's fault. It is. There is your raid message, or use whatever you want. Have fun with that. Thanks for your stream, Sire. Thank you very much, Crimson. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you, Temtic. Thank you, Skilos. Thank you all those that have been lurking. I greatly appreciate it. If you blame Temtic, always blame Temtic, always. If you can blame Temtic, fair, yes. Sorry, Temtic. But thank you, Temtic, for allowing us to blame you. We appreciate it. But yeah, we had a very productive day, actually. Quite a longer stream, 5 hours. We'll hopefully be back tomorrow. I don't see any reasons why I shouldn't yet. But yeah, we will raid over to the nerds. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Had some good progress. Have a good rest of your day. But yeah, bye everybody. Bye. Bye.